it's me, Imogen, streaming. Against all the odds of existence. Good morning, this unfortunate and auspicious day, known as this day in America where people seem to want to celebrate our country. Uh, any poetry that I read today relating to America and and I have chosen a number of poems related to America from various books that I have to read today. Um, None of them are particularly glowing reviews of the country, we'll say. Uh, I am inclined to read some poetry and talk about America and how I don't like it, because it is July 4th, of course. Fitting that it's stream 250. Oh yeah, it's America 250, right? That's very funny. Crazy that I'm at 250 streams. Uh, uh, extra coincidence, right? That it's today, but yeah, yeah, that's what's happening. Hi Wombat. Hi Wobbly Dobsy. Hi Face Your Fear. Hi Nikki. Hi Mo and Khan. All of that. Uh, Blessed day to confuse our streamer with our surprising depth or lack thereof. Sure, yeah. Um, and yeah, a quarter of the way to 1,000. What I've been streaming for a couple years now, I guess 2 years about. So that's 125 a year, and I took a long break somewhere in there. So it will keep climbing. That's all it does, right? The number just goes up. Thank you. I quite like this top. It's very it just feels very like androgynous on me. I wearing it with some like loose kind of black pants. I think it looks acceptable. Um, I think this top could like fuck up a corset, but I don't own corsets. I think they're very cool though. Or like a decorative belt, but I don't have one that really goes with it. And you're playing Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds. That's a game by what's his name? There's this game designer, the guy who worked on Fallout 1. Um, Tim Kaine. He has this whole YouTube series, and he also worked on at least Outer Worlds 1, if not Outer Worlds 2. Uh, and he has this whole YouTube series of like information on game design and development. It's really informational and lovely, and it's definitely helped drum up my inspiration to be involved in games related projects like voice acting, but also like the fact that I want to make a game of my own at some point as a piece of literature. Remember, kids, don't play with fireworks. Let the adults that have been drinking all day do that. That is brilliant advice, Wombat. That's very funny. Hi, Messi. You're welcome. They moved our city's fireworks to the high school behind my house. That's brutal, dude. I used to love fireworks. Now I really don't like them. I'm a very sound sensitive person, and just any kind of loud bang is like, ugh, right? Um, uh, yeah, and then when they're just going off, it's bad. I don't like them. Last year, I went and watched fireworks on the 4th with this boyfriend that I had. He was this nice trans guy, very sweet. Now he's a truck driver. I don't know if we were boyfriends. I don't think it was really that to that extent. I guess we were like going out. It wasn't like committed because we knew he was going to be going and truck driving across the country to do. I don't know if you still do game stuff, Wombat. Given that you went to school, that doesn't necessarily mean you're doing it. But um, if you ever want a voice actor or a writer, did stream crash at the very start? That would be interesting. If you Wombat, I don't know if I cut out there, but game design, if you're still doing that, if you ever want someone to do voice acting, if you ever want someone to do writing, I want to work on games. This is like, I think, something I really want to get into. Welcome back, everyone, since stream crashed. That's very not auspicious. Not suspicious? Suspicious, auspicious? There's like a root word connection there, the suspicious part. I don't know the etymology in particular, though. Anyway, welcome back from the crash stream. That's crazy. Does that mean the YouTube one's just down? No, it's back up. Okay. Yeah. Not superstitious. I'm only a little stitious. Right, so I guess stitious is, maybe that's different than spicious, though, right? Suspicious, auspicious, superstitious, not superspicious. Superstitious. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I want to read America by the lovely Maya Angelou. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm gonna be reading some. Why did my thing stop monitoring? Oh, the book hit my volume. It was very confusing. Okay, wait. We can hear me. Yeah, we can hear me. That redeem exists. That redeem exists, and it does nothing, Wombat. It's just for y'all to like go me. You know. Here's America by the auspicious, the lovely, the beautiful Maya Angelou. America. The gold of her promise has never been mined. Her borders of justice not clearly defined. Her crops of abundance, the fruit and the grain, have not fed the hungry nor eased that deep pain. Her proud declarations are leaves on the wind, her southern exposure black death did befriend. Discover this country, dead centuries cry. Erect noble tablets where none can decry. She kills her bright future and rapes for a sou, then entraps her children with legends untrue. I beg you, discover this country. America by Maya Angelou. I think a nice way to set the tone of some of the things that I sort of picked out. Yeah. That reminds me, got to continue reading Leaves of Grass sometime soon. Yeah, always got to be reading, right? Also, welcome in, Cabbage. She's one of the authors banned in Southern schools, right? Probably. She wrote... What? She was When the Caged Bird Sings, or I Hear the Caged Bird Sings, or whatever the book is called, and I'm pretty sure that's one that's been banned. And I mean, you hear she's consistently critical of this country, consistently a teller of African American truths. So it would not be surprising to me if her work is banned somewhere in this country. And that's quite tragic, right? This banning of literature. And it's interesting. I feel like book banning hasn't really ramped up too much recently. Like, I think they were kind of doing it in the first Trump administration, and there was a buzz about it. But I feel like I haven't been hearing much about that. Maybe it's just, like, too small news, and there is, in fact, like, lots of books being banned in the South and in America. It's just, like, that the news feeds are maybe focused on, like, other shit. But I feel like that kind of surprises me. I would think they would be doing more of that. But I'm glad that on stream, you know, I have maybe this ability to like read some poetry that other people might not have access to or not have heard, right? Book bannings have quieted down since people started pointing out how the Bible meets most criteria. Conservative PTA moms try to set for bannable books. Yeah, yeah, and I think it was a big thing with like the PTAs getting very vigilant about banning books, and maybe maybe it wouldn't really ramp up unless there was like an institutional precedent for that, right? Um, but I mean, I think that fits very well with this poem, right? This poem that says, "Discover this country, dead centuries cry," right? And at the end, this sort of plea, "I beg you, discover this country," right? Says Maya Angelou, and there are concerted efforts. I mean, I guess like maybe the rewriting of curriculums and like this sort of desire to change the education department is maybe more the more effective manifestation of these like book bannings. Because most kids, if you don't teach them shit, won't go read on their own, and like reading is way down and literacy is way down. Um, so no one's gonna like pick up a book and read it, which is tragic, right? But without books, right? Without knowledge, without people sharing and telling stories and poetry and these kinds of things, and history, right? There is no way to discover this country. There is no way to understand, right? All of these things that she illustrates in the poem. The gold of her promise has never been mined, and I mean that's almost a direct comment on the American dream, right? That there's this promise that America had, this ideal, and it has never actually happened, right? Her borders of justice not clearly defined, her crops of abundance, the fruit and the grain, have not fed the hungry nor eased that deep pain. Her proud declarations are leaves in the wind. Her southern exposure Black Death did befriend. Discover this country. Dead centuries cry. I love this motion in the poem. Maybe I'll kind of talk about these. It's hard because my overhead camera is there's a bunch of books on the table right now of things I want to read. This is sort of for my own sake. I feel like I need to read some. See, there's all these books here. Kerouac, Longfellow, who's maybe a more he's someone who maybe liked America more than any of these other authors. But I figured I'd throw something in there. Lots of books here. I love this move that she sort of makes in the poem, right? Her southern exposure, Black Death did befriend. So we have this sort of double meaning of like plague and maybe a slight nod to, settlers and, this like colonial introduction of disease, right, in America, wiping out Native American populations. And then discover this country, dead centuries cry. And then so this sort of connects back to the idea of centuries, right? Generations of black people, of slaves, right, who died. And I think it's, this idea of voices from the past crying out, demanding that something be known, or not letting something fade into the past, is very powerful, and crops up a lot, I think, in American black poetry. So I quite like that moment in the poem. Discover this country, dead centuries cry. Erect noble tablets where none can decry. She kills her bright future and rapes for a sou, which is like a coin. It's like a single coin. It's like a French coin or something. Then entraps her children with legends untrue. And that sort of brings us back to the beginning of the poem, right? This American dream, the legend untrue, the idea of this country as something noble and positive, and of course, the gold of her promise has never been mined. That's the same legend untrue. I beg you, discover this country. Yeah, a very real depiction and description of America, right? And what it sort of means to exist in this place and in this context. And yeah. Hello, be thou wrecked. I actually have a poem called The American Dream I wrote in high school. I put it in Discord. Seems like a fitting day for it. Yeah. Let's read it. Um I'm not sure. Maybe we can come back and analyze it. I'll read through it a couple times and maybe give surface thoughts. And if we want, we can return to it. If anyone else, I know not everyone in my chat is American, um, but if anyone else has America poetry, I'm more than happy to give it a read and talk about it and use that as part of this conversation. Here's The American Dream by Furry Combat Wombat. It's in the Discord in submissions if you want to read along. I can also put it here. I can do the thing. Boop. Sort of awkward. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Too many things on the table. The American Dream. The American Dream. The worker sits at their desk, typing away with gusto. In one hand, their lukewarm grilled cheese sandwich. They don't take a break for lunch. There is too much value to be created for their boss. The daydream of coming weekend, when they can hear the door to their bedroom creak as it opens, when the smell of fireworks smoke fills the air at a barbecue, when they can continue to live the way they were manufactured to want. I like that, the way they were manufactured to want. It does this little circular thing at the end, right? I think that's quite a good couplet there, right? When they can continue to live the way they were manufactured to want. Capitalism, unlurk, capitalism and poetry, sign me up. Yeah, I like the sort of like tongue-in-cheek humor happening, this, the sort of like absurdity, line 3 of the poem, grilled cheese sandwich, right? It has some comedy, which I think lightens the poem, which I think in some way allows that ending to hit, right? I'm going to read it again. The American Dream. The worker sits at their desk, typing away with gusto. In one hand, their lukewarm grilled cheese sandwich. They don't take a break for lunch. There's too much value to be created for their boss. They daydream. I love the daydream, right? This daydream within the poem of the American Dream. Like, this is a dream happening within the poem that isn't necessarily the American Dream, but in a way it is. Because it's the thought of the ideal of like the good life and the backyard barbecue and the all of that, right? Would I consider reading Death of the Ball Turret Gunner? Yeah, I can read that. Yeah, if you guys have America poems, I just chose a few from books that I have, but there's so many. They daydream of the coming weekend, when they can hear the door to their bedroom creak as it opens, when the smell of fireworks smoke fills the air at a barbecue, when they can continue to live the way they were manufactured to want. The way they were to want when. Good alliteration. I really like a lot of the things that poem is doing, and I like the direction of it. Not your most refined work from like 6 years ago. Yeah, I mean it's very straightforward, right? I can definitely see the high school writing this sort of it's very blunt with like the typing with gusto, the grilled cheese sandwich. They don't take a break, but I do think it works nicely, and it's a nice little critique. Nothing too like complex, but enjoyable nonetheless. I like the specificity of the grilled cheese. Yeah, I think it brings something concrete into a poem rather than something that just says like, I don't like capitalism, right? It's a little more interesting if we say it, you know, obliquely, right? I wrote a poem on Walt Whitman, also in the DC, I think. Not sure if it fits the motif for this stream. I mean, maybe, right? Walt Whitman is like this very American figure, and so much of his poem so much of his poetry is America and American. We could certainly read "Oh Captain, My Captain," a very American poem, uh, an interesting one to maybe look at, sort of historically, analytically, um, comparing the past to the present. But I don't know. My recent submission has a macro read of how we view war. Gotcha. Let's read The Death of the Ball Turret Gunner. Just 5 lines, yeah. That poem is crushing. Holy shit. Um, you know, I was way more stereotypically angry Rage Against the Machine with my writing back then. Yeah, I mean, I was the same in high school. I wasn't writing at the time, so I don't have evidence of maybe the way I was thinking as some of you all who've been writing for a long time do. But yeah, you say there's also E. E. Cummings next to of course God, America, I. That sounds really cool. E. E. Cummings is dope. Death of the Ball Turret Gunner. This poem's like brutal. This poem's really, really sad. There's a very good collection of poems, usually set to music, about America by a relatively unknown author by Lin-Manuel Miranda. Yeah, I feel like I've maybe heard that name. Poetry set to music. I could see that being like something on Broadway. Here's Death of the Ball Turret Gunner by Randall Jarrell. From my mother's sleep, I fell into the state, and I hunched in its belly till my wet fur froze, 6 miles from earth, loosed from its dream of life. I woke to black flak and the nightmare fighters. When I died, they washed me out of the turret with a hose. The Death of the Ball Turret Gunner. That last line stuns me the first time I read it. Yeah, the last line, I mean, I don't think, I heard this poem so long ago. But it's always that last line that it just sticks in your mind. And I don't remember what context I heard it, but I remember the feeling of the last line of they washed me out with a hose, right? From my mother's sleep I fell into the state, and I hunched in its belly till my wet fur froze. 6 miles from earth, loosed from its dream of life, I woke to black flak and the nightmare fighters. When I died, they washed me out of the turret with a hose. Haven't I streamed Gotta Get to a Party soon? Gotta get to a 4th of July party to go celebrate. Maybe you can bring some very America critical poems to to share with all your friends and family or whoever at your 4th of July party. Man, I feel like I should have like organized something like that, like a poetry gathering, 4th of July poetry gathering locally for America critical work. And I will hydrate. I definitely should do that. I was rock climbing this morning and basically got back, rinsed off in the shower, and then went live. So I'm like probably dehydrated. I haven't really eaten anything, which is maybe why I decided to just like read some random poems, at least for some of this stream because it's like chill. I mean, as chill as these poems can be, right? Yeah. I guess I can for some of these poems I can share them on the screen. I can read the E. E. Cummings one and share it on this next to, of course, uh, God America I. What a great fucking title. People are so clever with it. Poetry archive. Okay. Share my screen. E. Cummings. Next to, of course, God America I. Next to, of course, God America I. Love you, land of the pilgrims, and so forth. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early my country? 'Tis of centuries come and go and are no more. What of it we should worry? In every language, even deaf and dumb, thy sons acclaim your glorious name by gory, by jingo, by gee, by gosh, by gum. Why talk of beauty? What could be more beautiful than these heroic happy dead? Who rushed like lions to the roaring slaughter. They did not stop to think, they died instead. Then shall the voice of liberty be mute? He spoke and drank rapidly a glass of water. Fucking hell. Wow. I've never read this poem before. Uh, as I love the flow of it and the elision of a sentence going into a sentence, right? Um, you know, and so forth. Oh, and then say, can you see by the dawn's early my country, right? This just sort of like cramming together of things. I wish I could highlight. It's not letting me highlight the text. Yeah, it's like a picture or something. Um, yeah. Uh, really, really cool. Next to next to, of course, God, America I. Next to, of course, God, America I love you. Next to, of course, God, America I. It almost says, like, when you look at the title and this line on its own, right? Next to, of course, God, America I, as if like I and America stand by God, right? This very like associative, like God, America, self that we have in this, like, right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, God, whatever. Um, I, right? America is I, America is God, and America is America, and they're all next to each other. But also next to God, America, I love you. I love you second best to God. Next to, of course, God, America, I love you, land of the pilgrims and so forth. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early my country? 'Tis of centuries come and go and are no more. What of it we should worry? In every language, even deaf and dumb, thy sons acclaim your glorious name by gory, by jingo, by gee, by gosh, by gum. Why talk of beauty? What could be more beautiful than these heroic, happy dead who rushed like lions to the roaring slaughter? They did not stop to think, they died instead. Then shall the voice of liberty be mute? He spoke and drank rapidly a glass of water. This is a fascinating way to end a poem, right? This he spoke, placing it within someone. And then this idea of drinking water, right? This idea of something like pure and clean in relation to God. Maybe you have the idea of water as something holy, something as cleansing, but maybe also just as something that sustains. Um, but I'm not sure. Uh, I imagine it as some sleazy politician giving a July 4th speech. Yeah, and maybe that makes sense, right? Drinking the glass of water, right? That's sort of like speaking, being on stage, being in front of people. You would drink water between moments in the speech. I like that interpretation. Next to, of course, God, America, I love you, land of the pilgrims, and so forth. Oh, and then read as such, it becomes this really sort of strong mockery, right? Where the so forth, right? You can interpret the person giving the speech as going on and saying the so forth. Um, but it makes a nice sort of satire. Next to, of course, God, America, I love you, land of the pilgrims, and so forth. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early, my country, 'tis of centuries, come and go, and are no more what of it we should worry in every language, even deaf and dumb, thy sons acclaim your glorious name. By Gary, by Jingo, by Gee, by Gosh, by Gum. Why talk of beauty? What could be more beautiful than these heroic, happy, dead who rushed like lions to the roaring slaughter? They did not stop to think that they died instead. Then shall the voice of liberty be mute? He spoke and drank rapidly a glass of water. I really like that performance, that way to approach the poem, right? I could even, drink the water as to be the the speaker on stage, right? I view the rapid drink of water as capping off the insincerity. The speaker had to rush through all the gobbledygook and needs to hydrate. Yeah, it was great when you hammed it up a little. Yeah, I and that's so cool. That's always cool to me how the way a poem is read, um, changes the poem so significantly. And as we read poems from other people, we can think about performing them, and it becomes a performance to ourselves. And the effectiveness with which we perform someone else's work to ourselves as readers uh, really affects how much we get to enjoy the poem. So in a sense, the consumption of the work becomes a performance, becomes an artistic act, which I think is something I really love about art. I think that consuming art is making art. Truly, is how I think about that. Um, yeah, consuming art is making art. IMO, a true patriot, demands accountability from their country when it constantly fails to live up to its alleged standards. Yeah, I mean, I think this is the idea, right? These phrases, I love my country, so I criticize it. Those kinds of things that people say. Um, I might personally just be beyond loving my country, and then it's I don't like this thing, so I criticize it, and you know try to involve myself in things that actively push against those injustices. That being said, community and building community and maintaining community, uh, around oneself is so unbelievably difficult. Um, and America is this leviathan, this giant monstrous beast that it's difficult, right? It feels quite hopeless um, to even think about pushing against, you know, this thing. Um, and that's very troubling. And then you see, you know, something like 4th of July roll around, right? And the degree to which people are complicit, right? If we're not criticizing, we are complicit. Because I think I hang out with lots of artists and lots of predominantly left-leaning people and lots of these crowds at punk shows, and it's very easy to feel like that it's a common sentiment to really criticize the fundamental like institutions of this nation. And then I think the saddest thing for me about something like 4th of July is just the reminder that most people don't, right? Most people don't give a shit. And most people are fine with their you know, sliding fascist country that's bombing other places and supporting, you know, genocides and other wars abroad and, you know, deporting people and splitting up families and ruining lives. And like most people just can't be bothered because their life is comfortable, right? That's the American dream, I think, in a nutshell, is if I am comfortable and I have enough wealth and I have my sphere, then it's okay, right? Because now I'm safe and I don't have to think about it. And that's, you know, I think that's just as scary, right? As that sort of complacency is just as scary as, like, let's say a truly radicalized, mobilized nation of like really fascist, like hateful people. Um, because on some level it doesn't really matter, right? As long as the government can be left unaccountable, um, and it's more sad even to see people sort of standing by, and sad because these are things that are you know very intentionally facilitated, right? Social media and all of this is, you know, basically becoming integrated with our government, right? These like wealthy elite, um, to subjugate, but in a new way, right? The sort of war fought in the minds of the people. And I think predominantly that war has been lost and education is failing and getting worse, and this sort of fact that most people don't care, and most people I don't think can be brought to care. Uh, like I can't say I'm particularly optimistic about this nation or where it's going or what's happening, and I'm not optimistic that, you know, there's going to be a revolution or something. I do think that, you know, those kinds of leftists who really call for it, they're right. There needs to be that, but it's also deeply sort of delusional, I guess. I mean, it's fine to hope, it's fine to dream, I guess. So it definitely bothers me less than people who don't care. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think education is the most important thing, but that's like one of the most hopeless things of all. Because it's bad. But we're gonna take a break because the stream crashed, which reset the ad timer, so it's like early, and I need to get a snack because I'm hungry from rock climbing and need to like jam some food in my face. So stand up, move, do something healthy for your body or your soul or your mind. Stop looking at the screen. I'll be back in a minute. Welcome back. Welcome back. Still gonna read more poems. Still just gonna yap about yap about the country and be all woeful. I'm not sure I have much hope to offer to myself, so certainly not to anyone else. But maybe we'll jump back in with I want to do Sonia Sanchez. I think I liked the poem that she wrote. Oh, she did Haiku and Tonka for Harriet Tubman. This is a cool poem or series of poems. It's how many is it? It is 26 haiku. Well, I guess 26 haiku and Tonka. There's like a few Tonka in there. This is something that Sonia Sanchez did a lot. She would write series of haiku, little fragments to tell a larger story or a larger work. And this is one of them. Haiku and Tonka for Harriet Tubman. Picture a woman riding thunder on the legs of slavery. Picture her kissing our spines, saying no to the eyes of slavery. Picture her rotating the earth into a shape of lives becoming. Picture her leaning into the eyes of our birth clouds. Picture this woman saying no to the constant yes of slavery. Picture a woman jumping rivers, her legs inhaling moons. Picture her ripe with seasons of legs running. Picture her tasting the secret corners of woods. Picture her saying, "You have within you the strength, the patience and the passion to reach for the stars, to change the world." Imagine her words, "Every great dream begins with a dreamer." Imagine her saying, "I freed 1,000 slaves, could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves." Imagine her humming, "How many days we got, for we taste freedom." Imagine a woman asking, "How many workers for this freedom quilt?" Picture her saying, "A live runaway could do great harm by going back, but a dead runaway could tell no secrets." Picture the daylight bringing her to woods full of birth moons. Picture John Brown shaking her hands 3 times, saying, "General Tubman, General Tubman, General Tubman." Picture her words, "There's 2 things I got a right to, death or liberty." Picture her saying no to a play called Uncle Tom's Cabin. "I am the real thing." Picture a black woman, could not read or write, trailing freedom refrains. Picture her face turning southward, walking down a southern road. Picture this woman, freedom bound, tasting a people's preserved breath. Picture this woman of royalty, wearing a crown of morning air. Picture her walking, running, reviving a country's breath. Picture black voices leaving behind lost tongues. Picture her painting rainbows on a summer-bent people. Picture a woman walking on freedom legs, a sea spray of life. Haiku and Tonka for Harriet Tubman by Sonia Sanchez. Also never read that before. Most of these poems I am reading, I'm just looking at them for the first time. I love that. I love that use of that repetition. The anaphora is the word that we use in poetry speak, right? This first line of each of these haiku or tonka repeating in the same way. Picture A, picture her, picture her, picture her, picture this woman, picture a woman, right? And as we continue to repeat that over and over, right, it becomes this chant, right? This continual reminder, and I love it because it forces the listener and the reader to keep sort of investigating, visually and sensorially, like her, right? It's a poem about her and this human. And I think this continual picture her in these different things, picture her doing this, picture her saying this, places the poem as the memory of a woman, right? Rather than something ideal. And it reminds us as a reader, right? I think that a person can make a difference in the lives of many. I was maybe feeling very, very hopeless when we were reading poems earlier, and before I read that one, I think that's a deeply, deeply inspiring poem, and that makes sense. I mean, Harriet Tubman was a deeply, deeply inspiring human. But these lines, right? Imagine her words. Every great dream begins with a dreamer. Imagine her saying, I freed 1,000 slaves, could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves. And it's this reminder, right? Picture her saying, you have within you the strength, the patience, and the passion that change can occur in some way, right? Somehow, even though we're people, right? And picture her, it's a person, and it's the frailty of humanity, but it's like also that strength and that power and that beauty. I think is incredibly powerful, and she does this in so many ways, right? We imagine, picture her ripe with seasons of legs running, and we keep coming back to the legs, right? This part of the body, one, brings us back to that humanity with the picturing of a part of the body, but it's also this thing that keeps moving, it keeps going, it never stops, and I think it's a great piece of imagery that she uses. Something else that's really cool about this poem is this line, right? I freed 1,000 slaves, could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves. And that reminds me of the Maya Angelou poem we read, earlier, right? America, in which she says, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I'd be lucky if I could find it. Well, I can go to the table of contents. That's allowed. America, page 85. Table of contents is like such a useful thing. I really love those. America, right? Maya Angelou says, I beg you, discover this country, right? I beg you to sort of understand, discover this country, dead centuries cry, and discover all of this injustice, all of the fact that this country is doing horrible things. And I think that has some degree of connection to this line here, right? If they only knew they were slaves, if they understood that there was more freedom to be had. And I think that could mean a number of things. This could literally be referring to black slaves, but it could also be referring to those not afflicted by slavery, freeing people from the ideology, right? The mindset of slavery, the acceptance of slavery as an institution. And to accept that, right, is to be enslaved to it. And I think in the very same way, in our modern time, we have this tacit acceptance of a lot of these systems under which we live. We have an acceptance of companies owning our data and our presence online. We have an acceptance, so many, of a country doing these horrible things, and thus people are, personally, right, enslaved to that notion, to that acceptance, and need to be freed of that. I think that sort of, I think earlier used the word, Nikki, complacency, but that sort of apathy is maybe on a very human level the worst thing that afflicts this country. That willingness to just celebrate blindly, as in light of the holiday today, and yeah, I wish more people could be freed of that. I guess that's something of what I try to do in a way by hoping to teach people to think about things and place their own interpretation and understanding through poetry. So I think those things can be applied to all these other situations, right? The world that we see is sort of seen through our capacity to interpret it, even to interpret it artistically, to interpret it imaginatively, to think of worlds that are not, that could be the possibilities that we engage with as we, analyze poems on, on stream, but just in general. When we engage with possibility, we engage with dream. We resist against sort of these like status quos of the mind in the creative act. And I don't know if talking about poetry online, or like presenting a way of reading poetry that I usually do, actually transmits any of that to people, right? That's just where it comes from for me, this sort of flexibility of mind. But I would hope, right, that even if one person, if one person sort of moved in that direction, that would be quite exciting to me. And it's enough, to help people with their poetry and their art, and to make them make y'all happy that your stuff is being read and getting critique and improving, right? But I don't know. I help your apathy. Okay. Cool. I am glad, and I that's good. I just want to help more people's apathy, I guess. Because the more I help other people's apathy, the less apathetic I can be. Because then there's a real indication that like words and art and these things can help people and can change things. Because I'm stuck as an artist. I don't think I can live any other way. I don't think I could go, like leave a mark on the world in any way other than through art and my understanding of it. Uh, I guess because of my choices that I've made up to this point. So I hope it works out. I want to write my Howl. I've been thinking that I might read all of Howl on this stream today. Because that's a deeply American poem and a deeply, deeply critical poem of America. And one of my favorite poems, because how can one not like Howl? I mean, I guess if you don't like Howl, it's fine. Ginsberg's pretty crass. Can I read Howl on stream? I think I can. He uses the word Negro to refer to people. I think that might be one where you choose a different word. I mean, it's reading a piece. I think my reading of someone else's work that uses a word isn't an endorsement of, like, you know, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to toe those lines, especially like on Twitch. Want me to read Howl? We can. Yes. Okay. Let's read Howl. I think Howl is still an incredible commentary on America. I'm not sure one can comment on America. Okay, this is really funny. I need to show you guys this. Oh, wrong one. Screen. You look up Howl. You get poem by Allen Ginsberg. And then you get Howl, a free daily case, gamble crypto on slots. And the fact that Howl, the poem, like, rails against capitalism, right? And you look up Howl and you get crypto slots is so deeply present and poetic. You know? A Supermarket in California is a good Ginsberg. I have not read that poem. I think Howl might be the only Ginsberg I've read, but I love it. I love it so much. This poem's long as fuck. This poem takes like 25 minutes to read. But I love it. So I think I'll read it. Yeah, I will think I will use the words as written, with the understanding that, you know, using a word like this directed at a person is not, you know, acceptable culturally and should not be used. But I think for the sake of performing art, you know, it's making reference to this work and this word someone else has used. I still have to, you know, continue to consider that idea. But I will read Howl as written. Howl for Carl Solomon. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked, dragging themselves through the Negro streets at dawn looking for an angry fix. Angel-headed hipsters burning for the ancient heavenly connection to the starry dynamo in the machinery of night, who poverty and tatters and hollow-eyed and high sat up smoking in the supernatural darkness of cold water flats floating across the tops of cities contemplating jazz, who bared their brains to heaven under the L and saw Mohammedan angels staggering on tenement roofs illuminated, who passed through universities with radiant, cool eyes, hallucinating. Arkansas and Blakelight tragedy among the scholars of war. Sorry, I got lost. Get back on it. who were expelled from the academies for crazy and publishing obscene odes on the windows of the skull, who cowered in unshaven rooms and underwater, burning their money in waste baskets and listening to the terror through the wall, who got busted in their public beards returning through Laredo with a belt of marijuana for New York, who ate fire in paint hotels or drank turpentine in Paradise Alley, death or purgatory their torsos night after night. With dreams, with drugs, with waking nightmares, alcohol and cock and endless balls, incomparable blind streets of shuddering cloud and lightning in the mind leaping toward poles of Canada and Patterson, illuminating all the motionless world of time between. Peyote solidities of halls, backyard green tree cemetery dawns, wine drunkenness over the rooftops, storefront burrows of tea-head joyride neon blinking traffic light, sun and moon and tree vibrations in the roaring winter dusks of Brooklyn, ashcan rantings and kind king light of mind, who chained themselves to subways for the endless ride from Battery to Holy Bronx on Benzedrine until the noise of wheels and children brought them down shuddering, mouth racked and battered, bleak of brain, all drained of brilliance in the drear light of Zoo, who sank all night in the submarine light of Bickfords, floated out and sat through the stale beer afternoons in desolate fugazis, listening to the crack of doom on the hydrogen jukebox, who talked continuously 70 hours from park to pad to bar to Bellevue to museum to the Brooklyn Bridge. A lost battalion of platonic conversationalists, jumping down the stoops, off fire escapes, off windowsills, off Empire State, out of the moon, yakking, screaming, vomiting, whispering facts and memories and anecdotes and eyeball kicks and shocks of hospitals and jails and wars, whole intellects disgorged in total recall for 7 days and nights with brilliant eyes meet for the synagogue cast on the pavement, who vanished into nowhere Zen, New Jersey, leaving a trail of ambiguous picture postcards of Atlantic City Hall, suffering eastern sweats and Tangerian bone grindings and migraines of China under junk withdrawal in Newark's bleak furnished room, who wandered around at midnight in the railroad yard, wondering where to go, and went, leaving no broken hearts, who lit cigarettes in boxcars, racketing through snow toward lonesome farms in grandfather night, who studied Plotinus, Poe, St. John of the Cross, telepathy, and Bop Kabbalah because the cosmos instinctively vibrated at their feet in Kansas, who loaned it through the streets of Idaho, seeking visionary Indian angels who were visionary Indian angels, who thought they were only mad when Baltimore gleamed in supernatural ecstasy, who jumped in limousines with the Chinaman of Oklahoma on the impulse of winter midnight streetlight small-town rain, who lounged hungry and lonesome through Houston seeking jazz or sex or soup, and followed the brilliant Spaniard to converse about America and eternity, a hopeless task, and so took ship to Africa, who disappeared into the volcanoes of Mexico, leaving behind nothing but the shadow of dungarees and lava and ash of poetry scattered in fireplace Chicago, who reappeared on the West Coast investigating the FBI in beards and shorts with big pacifist eyes, sexy in their dark skin, passing out incomprehensible leaflets, who burned cigarette holes in their arms, protesting the narcotic tobacco haze of capitalism, who distributed super communist pamphlets in Union Square, weeping and undressing while the sirens of Los Alamos wailed them down and wailed down Wall, and the Staten Island ferry also wailed, who broke down crying in white gymnasiums, naked and trembling before the machinery of other skeletons, who bit detectives in the neck and shrieked with delight in police cars for committing no crime but their own wild cooking, pederasty, and intoxication, who howled on their knees in the subway and were dragged off the roof waving genitals and manuscripts, who let themselves be fucked in the ass by saintly motorcyclists and screamed with joy, who blew and were blown by those human seraphim, the sailors' caresses of Atlantic and Caribbean love, who bawled in the morning, in the evenings, in rose gardens and grass of public parks and cemeteries, scattering their semen freely to whomever come who may, who hiccuped endlessly, trying to giggle, but wound up with a sob behind a partition in a Turkish bath when the blonde and naked angel came to pierce them with a sword, who lost their love boys to three old shrews of fate, the one-eyed shrew of the heterosexual dollar, the one-eyed shrew that winks out of the womb, and the one-eyed shrew that does nothing but sit on her ass and snip the intellectual golden threads of the craftsman's loom, who copulated ecstatic and insatiate with a bottle of beer, a sweetheart, a package of cigarettes, a candle, and fell off the bed and continued along the floor and down the hall and ended fainting on the wall with a vision of ultimate cunt and some eluding the last gizm of consciousness, who sweetened the snatches of a million girls trembling in the sunset and were red-eyed in the morning but prepared to sweeten the snatch of the sunrise, flashing buttocks under barns and naked in the lake, who went out whoring through Colorado in myriad stolen night cars. N.C., secret hero of these poems, coxman and Adonis of Denver, joy to the memory of his innumerable lays of girls in empty lots and diner backyards, movie houses, rickety rows, on mountaintops, in caves, or with gaunt waitresses, in familiar roadside lonely petticoat upliftings, and especially secret gas station solipsisms of John's and hometown alleyways too, who faded out in vast, sordid movies, were shifted in dreams, woke on a sudden Manhattan and picked themselves up out of basements hung over with tearless tokay and horrors of Third Avenue iron dreams, and stumbled to unemployment offices, who walked all night with their shoes full of blood on the snowbank docks, waiting for a door in the East River to open to a room full of steam, heat, and opium, who created great suicidal dramas on the apartment cliff banks of the Hudson under the wartime blue floodlight of the moon, and their heads shall be crowned with laurel in oblivion, who ate the lamb stew of the imagination, or digested the crab at the muddy bottom of the rivers of Bowery, who wept at the romance of streets with their push carts full of onions and bad music, who sat in boxes breathing in the darkness under the bridge and rose up to build harpsichords in their lofts, who coughed on the 6th floor of Harlem, crowned with flame under the tubercular skies, surrounded by orange crates of theology, who scribbled all night, rocking and rolling over lofty incantations which in the yellow morning were stanzas of gibberish, who cooked rotten animals, lung, heart, feet, tail, borscht, and tortillas, dreaming of the pure vegetable kingdom, who plunged themselves under meat trucks looking for an egg, who threw their watches off the roof to cast their ballot for eternity outside of time, and alarm clocks fell on their heads every day for the next decade, who cut their wrists 3 times successively, unsuccessfully, gave up and were forced to open antique stores where they thought they were growing old, and cried, who were burned alive in their innocent flannel suits on Madison Avenue amid blasts of leaden verse and the tanked-up clatter of the iron regiments of fashion and the nitroglycerin shrieks of the fairies of advertising and the mustard gas of sinister, intelligent editors, or were run down by the drunken taxicabs of absolute reality, who jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge. This actually happened, and walked away unknown and forgotten into the ghostly days of Chinatown soup alleyways and fire trucks, not even one free beer, who sang out of their windows in despair, who fell out of the subway window, jumped in the filthy Passaic, leaped on cried all over the street, danced on broken wine glasses, barefoot smashed phonograph records of nostalgic European 1930s German jazz, finished the whiskey and threw up groaning into the bloody toilet, moans in the ears and the blast of colossal steam whistles, who barreled down the highways of the past, journeying to each other's hot rod Golgotha, jail, solitude, watch, or Birmingham jazz incarnation, who drove cross country 72 hours to find out if I had vision, or you had vision, or he had a vision to find out eternity, who journeyed to Denver, who died in Denver, who came back to Denver and waited in vain, who watched over Denver and brooded and loaned in Denver and finally went away to find out the time, and now Denver, lonesome for her heroes, who fell on their knees in hopeless cathedrals praying for each other's salvation and light and breasts until the soul illuminated its hair for a second, who crashed through their minds in jail waiting for impossible criminals with golden heads and the charm of reality in their hearts, who sang sweet blues to Alcatraz, who retired to Mexico to cultivate a habit, or Rocky Mount to tender Buddha, or Tangiers to boys, or Southern Pacific to the black locomotive, or Harvard to Narcissus or Woodlawn, or the daisy chain or grave, who demanded sanity trials, accusing the radio of hypnotism, and were left with their insanity in their hands and a hung jury, who threw potato salad at CCNY lecturers on Dadaism, and subsequently presented themselves on the granite steps of the madhouse with shaven heads and harlequin speech of suicide, demanding instantaneous lobotomy, and who were given instead the concrete void of insulin, metrazole, electricity, hydrotherapy, psychotherapy, occupational therapy, ping pong, and amnesia, who in humorless protest overturned only one symbolic ping pong table, resting briefly in catatonia, returning years later truly bald except for a wig of blood and tears and fingers to the visible madman doom of the wards of the mad towns of the east, pilgrim states, rocklands, and greystones, fetid halls, bickering with the echoes of the soul, rocking and rolling in the midnight solitude bench, dolmen realms of love, dream of a nightmare, bodies turned to stone as heavy as the moon, with mother finally, and the last fantastic book flung out of the tenement window, and the last door closed at 4 a.m., and the last telephone slammed at the wall in reply, and the last furnished room emptied down into the piece of mental furniture, a yellow paper rose twisted on a wire hanger in the closet, and even that imaginary nothing but a hopeful little bit of hallucination. Ah, Carl. While you are not safe, I am not safe, and now you're really in the total animal soup of time. And who therefore ran the icy streets obsessed with a sudden flash of the alchemy of the use of the ellipsis catalog, a variable measure, and the vibrating plane, who dreamt and made incarnate gaps in time and space through images juxtaposed and trapped the archangel of the soul between two visual images, and joined the elemental verbs and set the noun and dash of consciousness together, jumping with sensation of pater omnipotens aeterna Deus, to recreate syntax and measure of poor human prose, and stand before you speechless and intelligent and shaking with shame, rejected yet confessing out the soul to conform to the rhythm of thought in his naked and endless head. The madman bum and angel beat in time, unknown, yet putting down here what might be left to say in this time come after death, and rose reincarnate in the ghostly clothes of jazz, in the gold horn shadow of the band, and blew the suffering of America's naked mind for love into Eli Eli Lama Lama Sabachthani saxophone cry that shivered the cities down to the last radio. With the absolute heart of the poem of life butchered out of their own bodies, good to eat 1,000 years. Part 2. What sphinx of cement and aluminum bashed open their skulls and ate up their brains and imagination? Moloch, solitude, filth, ugliness, ash cans, and unobtainable dollars. Children screaming under stairways, boys sobbing in armies, old men weeping in the parks. Moloch, Moloch, nightmare of Moloch, Moloch the loveless, mental Moloch, Moloch the heavy judger of men, Moloch the incomprehensible prison, Moloch the crossbones soulless jailhouse and congress of sorrows, Moloch whose buildings are judgment, Moloch the vast stone of war, Moloch the stunned governments, Moloch whose mind is pure machinery, Moloch whose blood is running money, Moloch whose fingers are 10 armies, Moloch whose breast is a cannibal dynamo, Moloch whose ear is a smoking tomb, Moloch whose eyes are 1,000 blind windows, Moloch whose skyscrapers stand in the long streets like endless Jehovahs, Moloch whose factories dream and croak in the fog, Moloch whose smokestacks and antenna crown the cities. Moloch, whose love is endless oil and stone, Moloch, whose soul is electricity and banks, Moloch, whose poverty is the specter of genius, Moloch, whose fate is a cloud of sexless hydrogen, Moloch, whose name is the mind, Moloch, in whom I sit lonely, Moloch, in whom I dream angels, crazy in Moloch, cocksucker in Moloch, lack love and manless in Moloch. Moloch, who entered my soul early, Moloch in whom I am a consciousness without a body, Moloch who frightened me out of my natural ecstasy, Moloch whom I abandon, wake up in Moloch, light screaming out of the sky, Moloch, Moloch, robot apartments, invisible suburbs, skeleton treasuries, blind capitals, demonic industries, spectral nations, invincible madhouses, granite cocks, monstrous bombs. They broke their backs lifting Moloch to heaven, pavements, trees, radios, tons lifting the city to heaven which still exists and is everywhere about us. Visions, omens, hallucinations, miracles, ecstasies gone down the American River. Dreams, adorations, illuminations, religions, the whole boatload of sensitive bullshit, breakthroughs over the river, flips and crucifixions gone down the flood, highs, epiphanies, despairs, 10 years, animal screams and suicides, minds, new loves, mad generation, down on the rocks of time, real holy laughter in the river, they saw it all, the wild eyes, the holy yells, they bade farewell, they jumped off the roof to solitude, waving, carrying flowers, down to the river, into the street. Three. Carl Solomon, I'm with you in Rockland, where you're madder than I am. I'm with you in Rockland, where you must feel very strange. I'm with you in Rockland, where you imitate the shade of my mother. I'm with you in Rockland, where you've murdered your 12 secretaries. I'm with you in Rockland, where you laugh at this invisible humor. I'm with you in Rockland, where we are great writers on the same dreadful typewriter. I'm with you in Rockland, where your condition has become serious and is reported on the radio. I'm with you in Rockland, where the faculties of the skull no longer admit the worms of the senses. I'm with you in Rockland, where you drink the tea of the breasts of the spinsters of Utica. I'm with you in Rockland, where you pun on the bodies of your nurses, the harpies of the Bronx. I'm with you in Rockland, where you scream in a straitjacket that you're losing the game of the actual ping pong of the abyss. I'm with you in Rockland, where you bang on the catatonic piano of the soul, is innocent and immortal, and it should never die ungodly in an armed madhouse. I'm with you in Rockland, where 50 more shocks will never return your soul to its body again from its pilgrimage to a cross in the void. I'm with you in Rockland, where you accuse your doctors of insanity and plot Hebrew socialist revolution against the fascist national Golgotha. I'm with you in Rockland, where you will split the heavens of Long Island and resurrect your living human Jesus from the superhuman tomb. I'm with you in Rockland, where the 25,000 mad comrades all together singing the final stanzas of the Internationale. I'm with you in Rockland, where we hug and kiss the United States under the bedsheets, the United States that coughs all night and won't let us sleep. I'm with you in Rockland, where we wake up electrified out of the coma by our own souls, airplanes roaring over the roof. They've come to drop angelic bombs. The hospital illuminates itself. Imaginary walls collapse. Oh, skinny legions run outside. Oh, star-spangled shock of the mercy of the eternal war is here. Oh, victory fought in your underwear. We're free. I'm with you in Rockland. In my dreams, you walk dripping from a sea journey on the highway across America, in tears, to the door of my cottage in the western night. Howl by Allen Ginsberg. I love that poem. Supermarket is shorter than Howl? Sure. But I love Howl. And I love how long Howl is. Howl wouldn't be Howl if it wasn't so long, right? It couldn't be what it is without that egregious runtime. It's a very hard poem to perform, not because it's long, but because it's repetitive, and one must keep variation. One can't just speak through Howl, I think. At least that's not how I want to perform a poem like Howl. And that makes it tricky, right? To continue to stay focused on pushing and pulling and creating rhythm, right? So, yeah, just an observation. Yeah, most poems are shorter than Howl. Howl is pretty much, I mean, it's almost like one could call it like an epic poem of America, although it's not quite that long, right? I don't know if half an hour is really an epic, but it kind of feels like it. It is America. But yeah, lots of well, so much in that poem. But I think that first line, I saw the brightest minds of my generation destroyed. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked. I resonate with that a lot. As talking about, the importance of the mind, right? as it pertains to, understanding the context of the world we live in, understanding, um, how to be good, how to not be complacent, right? And yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know, I guess I'm spinning a theme through this stream of this wearing down of the American imagination, or the modern globalized imagination, right? I think capitalism does this. I think it wears down possibility. It reduces things to um, this very strict, material, brutal, unforgiving reality. And maybe that is reality, right? But I don't know. Humans are perhaps blessed with the capacity to see slightly beyond that, to imagine. Uh, but right, it is that same world that finds itself tense against the imagination. Those things don't like to coexist, I think. A lot of the imagery made me think of hair, like just hair in general, or hair as in some other artistic work that was similar. Yeah. Bike kiosk, you popped in. You're probably long gone by now. I want to say I hope you're doing well. I'm working on another visual novel. It will not be stream safe. Well, I'm still excited by that. That's super sick. The musical. There's a musical called Hair. Um, Hair. Oh, probably can't just type hair. Musical. The American tribal love rock musical. Anti-Vietnam. I mean, same time, right? This would be a very beatnik sort of thing. Musicals, profanity, depiction of illegal drugs, treatment of sexuality, irreverence for the American flag, and nude scene caused controversy. Oh, is that when you were nude on stage? The work broke new ground in musical theater by defining the genre of rock musical. Man, I should listen to this. I've never listened to this. But it looks like it was very, very controversial, and that's good. It's right around the same time as the Beatniks and all of that. The musical was written in, or the first production was at some point. uh, Off-Broadway debut in 1967, and Howl was written in San Francisco a decade before, which makes sense. I think the Beatniks sort of preceded the hippies, and this has this idea, right? The Vietnam War hippie kind of goings on. Howl is quite the read. Such a great piece of poetry. um, there's a movie that's not quite as good, but it gives the basics. Yeah, I mean, there's probably like I mean, I can at least listen to the soundtrack. I feel like I'm big on listening to musical soundtracks. I always have. Um, and there's probably bootlegs somewhere, so those aren't usually too hard to find. We're gonna take another break. We'll come back in 3 minutes. Stand up. Stretch, rest your mind. Because you're the best minds of the generation or something, so don't let them wear you down. Yo. Welcome back. Yo. I don't think I've come back to the stream before and just said yo. That's usually what I do on, like, Discord calls or whatever. But, like, yeah, I don't know. Stand up and stretch my mind. Got it. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do during the breaks, is stretch your mind. I think it can be done. I think. I mean, maybe we stretch the mind by engaging with art. That's almost certainly what I would call stretching the mind, is doing anything involving art, which maybe means during the breaks on stream you sort of unstretch your mind, you relax, right? Stretching really is a sort of process of stretching but then relaxing, right? And so I think that's like the most important part of stretching is the relaxation, and or like relaxing into that place. So we do stream, we stretch the mind, learn some things, take a moment to relax it, and then move forward or something. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Howl is quite the mind stretching poem. uh. I would love to learn more about it and about Ginsberg and about its sort of backstory and origins. I don't really know much about it at all, but I do like it. I do like it. I'm gonna read another poem. I'm just gonna like read a few of these and then that'll be good. I don't know what I'm getting in for. I'm gonna read some Giselle James. I'm sort of slowly working through this book, pretty much just on stream by showing these poems to y'all. I haven't really read it on my own at all. This poem is titled "Show Me the Doll." Show me on the doll where America is better. I'm the doll, still living somehow. I rent a room in a stolen dollhouse on stolen land. In an anarchistic jurisdiction, they lifted the ban on tear gas, just as the Proud Boys show up to fight in solidarity with the Capitol Circus coup. Theft of elections began with the Electoral College. The defense budget doesn't protect politicians. So the fuck you thought about us? Pigs roll over when lone wolf packs play paramilitary. What happens when they grow feral and turn loose? Chocolate City is souring with spilled milk and nation state. Sickness spreads from the source. Sell a death song featuring your favorite black woman representative. The ballot box is just another show of hands grasping at power that don't belong to them and never did. And they want it. The power. The doll. But they don't want it to be better. Just theirs. Show me on the doll where America is better. I think this idea of political poetry is very fascinating. It's really curious from an artistic perspective, and I've never been one to write poetry that or create art even that is particularly political, because sometimes it feels like it does an interesting thing where the last line's fucking fire. That poem's good. I'm probably gonna read it again. But political poetry like sort of places this burden onto the audience, right? I mean, art always places a burden onto the interpreter. But political poetry sort of places this burden, this heaviness, this pain, this weight, right? Which they are left to, process and deal with. And I think that's okay. The issue is I think sometimes there's political poetry or political art that seems to almost art demands that the viewer do something. I think that's dangerous sometimes, because like when you're sort of placing like the onus on an individual rather than like kind of systemic stuff, I think you can struggle. I like political work that calls something to attention or inspires action. I think the Sonia Sanchez poem earlier does a great job of like inspiring action without placing the burden of reality on the person, right? I think this poem illustrates something interesting. The idea of the voter not as someone like doing maybe anything holy or useful, but as someone just grasping for power in their own way. I think that's a really nice way to illustrate that. I think positioning like the poem within in a stolen dollhouse on stolen land, right? This sort of idea of almost places that systemically, because the poet says, look, like we're all sort of like within this unethical thing, trying to do our best, but I think this poem feels more systemically focused. I don't know. Show me on the doll where America is better. I'm the doll. Also, I love the double meaning doll, trans woman, doll. Just the show me on the doll like sort of idea. Um, anyway, show me on the doll where America is better. I'm the doll. Still living somehow. I rent a room in a stolen dollhouse on stolen land in an anarchistic jurisdiction. They lifted the ban on tear gas. Just as the Proud Boys show up to fight in solidarity with the Capitol Circus coup, theft of elections began with the Electoral College. The defense budget doesn't protect politicians, so the fuck you thought about us? Pigs roll over when lone wolf packs play paramilitary. What happens when they grow feral and turn loose? Chocolate City is souring with spilled milk and nation state. Sickness spreads from the source. Sell a death song featuring your favorite black woman representative. The ballot box is just another show of hands grasping at power that don't belong to them and never did. And they want it. The power, the doll. But they don't want it to be better. Just theirs. It's a good poem. I really like this poet, Giselle James. Unlurk ain't Slim Shady, but guess who's back again? Welcome back, Cabbage. It's not poetry, but have you read Frederick Douglass's July 4th speech? No, I have not. I would love to read that. Is it long? I don't totally care if it's long. Oh, it's long. It's like long. Oh, these people. No one gives like fucking 14-page rousing speeches anymore. Unless this document is like a speech and some like lesson stuff, which it could be. Zoom in. Let's see if it like, is this all speech? The present. Yeah, so that's still speech. That's long. I might read this on my own. I'm not sure. I mean, why not? What else am I doing? Why not just read this? I'm just gonna read it like normal voice and not try to be too oratory or anything. Because this is oh golly, is long. It is long. That's okay. I can take long. Yeah, why not? I've got lots of water here. This seems good and educational for me today. I'm not really that well versed in my American history. I mean, probably like better than a lot of people, right? But like not like I don't have like a historian understanding of things, right? It's very long for reading out loud. Yeah, it is, but we'll see. It's long. How long does it take to read this much out loud? Probably like an hour and a half. An hour? Probably an hour. You could skip the first few pages. He's just recounting American history. Well, I feel like if he put it in, that's kind of important, you know? And see, cabbage, the only things they know about American history are the Revolutionary War, Civil War, and a bit of World War One and Two. So I think we need some recap. I'm gonna start reading. We'll see. We'll see how we do. July 5th, 1852. Oh, and I guess you might not know who Frederick Douglass is. Cabbage. So, Frederick Douglass. All caps. So, this guy was a big deal. American social reformer, abolitionist, orator, writer, statesman. He was, quote, the most important leader of the most important leader of the movement for African American civil rights in the 19th century. This guy is like goated. Escaped slavery, you know, went on to like write and be a preacher, and he traveled around, helped, you know, end slavery, well, and, you know, women's rights, fucking hell yeah. Went to Seneca Falls, that was the big women's rights convention. Big deal. Yeah. Mr. President, friends, and fellow citizens, he who could address this audience without a quailing sensation has stronger nerves than I have. I did not remember ever to have appeared as a speaker before any assembly more shrinkingly, nor with greater distrust of my ability than I do this day. A feeling has crept over me, quite unfavorable to the exercise of my limited powers of speech. The task before me is one which requires much previous thought and study for its proper performance. I know that apologies of this sort are generally considered flat and unmeaning. I trust, however, that mine would not be so considered. Should I seem at ease, my appearance would much misinterpret me. The little experience I have had in addressing public messages in country schoolhouses avails me nothing on the present occasion. The papers and placards say that I am to deliver a Fourth of July oration. This certainly sounds large and out of the common way for me. It is true that I have often had the privilege to speak in this beautiful hall and to address many who now honor me with their presence. But neither their familiar faces nor the perfect gauge I think I have of Corinthian Hall seems to free me from embarrassment. The fact is, ladies and gentlemen, the distance between this platform and the slave plantation from which I escaped is considerable, and the difficulties to be overcome in getting from the latter to the former are by no means slight. That I am here today is to me a matter of astonishment as well as of gratitude. You will not therefore be surprised if in what I have to say I evince no elaborate preparation, nor grace my speech with any high-sounding exordium. With little experience and less learning, I have been able to throw my thoughts hastily and imperfectly together, and trusting to your patient and generous indulgence, I will proceed to lay them before you. This, for the purpose of this celebration, is the 4th of July. It is the birthday of your national independence and of your political freedom. This, to you, is what the Passover was to the emancipated people of God. It carries your minds back to the clay and to the act of your great deliverance, and to the signs and to the wonders associated with that act that day. This celebration also marks the beginning of another year of your national life, and reminds you that the Republic of America is now 250 years old. I am glad, fellow citizens, that your nation is so young. 250 years. Though a good old age for a man. 76 years old. I am 76 years, though a good old age for a man, is but a mere spark in the life of a nation. "60 years and 10 is the allotted time for the individual men, but nations number their years by the thousands. According to this fact, you are even now only in the beginning of your national career, still lingering in the period of childhood. I repeat, I am glad this is so. There is hope in the thought, and hope is much needed under the dark clouds which lower above the horizon. The eye of the reformer is met with angry flashes, portending disastrous times, but his heart may well beat lighter at the thought that America is so young, and that she is still in the impressible stage of her existence. May he not hope that high lessons of wisdom, of justice, and of truth will yet give direction to her destiny? Were the nation older, the patriot's heart might be sadder, and the reformer's brow heavier." I think the reformer's brow is quite heavy at 250 years. "Its future might be shrouded in gloom, and the hope of its prophets go out in sorrow. There is consolation in the thought that America is young." This makes me incredibly sad. Right, because Frederick Douglass, he's probably going to go talk about the hope for change, right, and what still needs to be done. And I think as we read this, it will probably show that a lot of his dreams don't come true. But I think this sort of prediction is quite accurate. "Great streams are not easily turned from channels worn deep in the course of ages. They may sometimes rise in quiet and stately majesty and inundate the land, refreshing and fertilizing the earth with their mysterious properties. They may also rise in wrath and fury and bear away on their angry waves the accumulated wealth of years of toil and hardship. They, however, gradually flow back to the same old channel and flow on as serenely as ever. But while the river may not be turned aside, it may dry up and leave nothing behind but the withered branch and the unsightly rock to howl in the abyss-sweeping wind, the sad tale of departed glory. As rivers, so with nations." Fellow citizens, I shall not presume to dwell at length on the associations that cluster about this day. The simple story is that 250 years ago, the people of this country were British subjects. The style and title of your sovereign people, in which you now glory, was not yet then born. You were under the British crown. Your fathers esteemed the English government as the home government and England as the fatherland. This home government, although a considerable distance from your home, did, in the exercise of its parental prerogatives, impose upon its colonial children such restraints, burdens, and limitations as, in its mature judgment, it deemed wise, right, and proper. But your fathers, who had not adopted the fashionable idea of this day, of the infallibility of government, and the absolute character of its acts, presumed to differ from the home government in respect to the wisdom and justice of some of those burdens and restraints. I'm enjoying your reading so far. I'll say that it starts slow and polite, but around page 6 the gloves come off. Awesome. They went so far in their excitement as to pronounce the measures of government unjust, unreasonable, and oppressive, and altogether such as ought not be quietly submitted to. I scarcely need say, fellow citizens, that my opinion of those measures fully accords with that of your fathers. Such a declaration of agreement on my part would not be worth much to anybody. It would certainly prove nothing, as to what part I might have taken had I lived during the great controversy of 1776. To say now that America was right and England was wrong, and England wrong, is exceedingly easy. Everybody can say it. The dastard, not less than the noble brave, can flippantly descant on the tyranny of England toward the American colonies. It is fashionable to do so. But there was a time when, to pronounce against England, and in favor of any cause of the colonies, tried men's souls. They who did so were accounted in their day plotters of mischief, agitators, rebels, and dangerous men. So Trump just there was a thing that I think 6 people got arrested in Texas, and predominantly for like vandalizing an ice facility. But one of them was sentenced. He was a tattoo artist. I don't remember his name, but he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. And all he had done was, I think, basically like he had a box of zines that were like anti-Trump and stuff. And because of his association and, quote, aiding of direct domestic terror, he was sentenced like 40 years or something. Yeah. I think if I just go on hyperallergic, this is a great, yep, here it is. Texas tattoo artist gets 30-year sentence over anti-Trump zines. Daniel Des Sanchez Estrada faces 3 decades in prison after he moved a box of left-wing literature in the aftermath of an anti-ICE protest. For moving a box of political pamphlets and zines featuring anti-government and anti-Trump sentiments. Antifa terrorists. Green card holder did not attend the protest. Was not involved. Yeah. And, under the First Amendment, possessing literature cannot be criminal. So what legitimate evidence could he possibly have been concealing? Seth Stern, the Freedom of the Press Foundation's chief of advocacy, said in a statement, political zines like those Sanchez possessed are no different from the pro-revolution pamphlets. Political zines like those Sanchez possessed are no different from the pro-revolution pamphlets this country's founders had in mind when they drafted the First Amendment's press clause. Literally a modern parallel, right, of what is being described here in that Douglas speech. So, incredible scenes, so much freedom. Yeah. This is a really great speech. Unsurprising. Frederick Douglass, right? So yeah, but there was a time when to pronounce against England and in favor of the cause of the colonies tried men's souls. They who did so were accounted in their day plotters of mischief, agitators, and rebels, dangerous men. To side with the right against the wrong, with the weak against the strong, and with the oppressed against the oppressor. Here lies the merit, and the one which, of all others, seems unfashionable in our day. The cause of liberty may be stabbed by the men who glory in the deeds of your fathers. But to proceed. Feeling themselves harshly and unjustly treated by the home government, your fathers, like men of honesty and men of spirit, earnestly sought redress. They petitioned and remonstrated. They did so in a decorous, respectful, and loyal manner. Their conduct was wholly unexceptionable. This, however, did not answer the purpose. They saw themselves treated with sovereign indifference, coldness, and scorn. Yet they persevered. They were not the men to look back. I think maybe the saddest thing about this speech is that it's still entirely relevant 150 years later. Absolutely. Yeah, 175 years later. Um, yeah, yeah, very, very sad. As the sheet anchor takes firmer hold when the ship is tossed by the storm, so did the cause of your fathers grow stronger, as it breasted the chilling blasts of kingly displeasure. The greatest and best of British statesmen admitted its justice, and the loftiest eloquence of the British Senate came to its support. But, with that blindness which seems to be the unvarying characteristic of tyrants, since Pharaoh and his hosts were drowned in the Red Sea, the British government persisted in the exactions complained of. The madness of this course, we believe, is admitted now, even by England, but we fear the lesson is wholly lost on our present rulers. Oppression makes a wise man mad. Your fathers were wise men, and if they did not go mad, they became restive under this treatment. They felt themselves the victims of grievous wrongs, wholly incurable in their colonial capacity. With brave men, there is always a remedy for oppression. Just here, the idea of a total separation of the colonies from the crown was born. It was just a startling idea. It was a startling idea, much more so than we, at this distance of time, could regard it. The timid and the prudent, as had been intimated, of that day were of course shocked and alarmed by it. Such people lived then. Such people lived then, had lived before, and will probably ever have a place on this planet. Such people lived then, had lived before, and will, probably, ever have a place on this planet. And their course in respect to any great change, no matter how great the good to be attained or the wrong to be redressed by it, may be calculated with as much precision as can be the course of the stars. They hate all changes, but silver, gold, and copper change. Of this sort of change, they are always strongly in favor. These people were called Tories in the days of your fathers, and the appellation probably conveyed the same idea that is meant by a more modern, though somewhat less euphonious term, which we often find in our papers, applied to some of our old politicians. Their opposition to the then dangerous thought was earnest and powerful, but amid all their terror and affrighted vociferations against it, the alarming and revolutionary idea moved on, and the country with it. On the 2nd of July, 1776, the old Continental Congress, to the dismay of the lovers of ease and the worshippers of property, clothed that dreadful idea with all the authority of national sanction. They did so in the form of a resolution, and as we seldom hit upon resolutions drawn up in our day whose transparency is at all equal to this, it may refresh our minds and help my story if I read it. Resolved, that these united colonies are, and of right, ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be dissolved. Citizens, your fathers made good that resolution. They succeeded, and today you reap the fruits of their success. The freedom gained is yours, and you therefore may properly celebrate this anniversary. The 4th of July is the first great fact in your nation's history, the very ring bolt in the chain of your yet undeveloped destiny. Pride and patriotism, not less than gratitude, prompt you to celebrate and hold it in perpetual remembrance. I have said that the Declaration of Independence is the ring bolt to the chain of your nation's destiny, so indeed I regard it. The principles contained in that instrument are saving principles. Stand by those principles, Be true to them on all occasions, in all places, against all foes, and at whatever cost. From the round top of your ship of state, dark and threatening clouds may be seen. Heavy billows like mountains in the distance disclose to the leeward huge forms of flinty rocks, that bolt drawn, that chain broken, and all is lost. Cling to this day, cling to it, and to its principles, with the grasp of a storm-tossed mariner to a spar at midnight. The coining into being of a nation, in any circumstances, is an interesting event. But besides general considerations, there were peculiar circumstances which make the advent of this republic an event of special attractiveness. The whole scene, as I look back to it, was simple, dignified, and sublime. The population of the country at the time stood at the insignificant number of 3 millions. The country was poor in the munitions of war, the population was weak and scattered, and the whole country a wilderness unsubdued. There were no means of concert and combination such as exist now. Neither steam nor lightning had been reduced to order and discipline. From the Potomac to the Delaware was a journey of many days. Under these and innumerable other disadvantages, your fathers declared for liberty and independence triumphed. Fellow citizens, I am not wanting in respect for the fathers of this republic. The signers of the Declaration of Independence were brave men. They were great men, too, but enough to give fame to a great age. It does not happen to a nation to raise, at one time, such a number of truly great men. The point from which I am compelled to view them is not, certainly, the most favorable, and yet I cannot contemplate their great deeds with less than admiration. They were statesmen, patriots, and heroes, and for the good they did and principles they contended for, I will unite with you to honor their memory. It's interesting, looking back on this, too, with sort of an understanding. I mean, we read in the Giselle James poem, right? The mention of stolen land. And that, it's interesting. It's always interesting because there is this idea of a people freed. And I do think, right, the freedom of any colony from any oppressive power is a good thing, and yet that turned right around, and maybe from its onset was a colonial project in of itself. I mean, right, they're colonies, they're colonial, and they continue to colonize. It can be a little hard to read, but man, I fucking love his diction. Yeah, he's incredible. Yeah, I think it's just hard because it's because it was then, right? This is 1850. But he speaks clearly enough that, it's still easy to read. Mostly. He has good vocabulary. They love their country better than their own private interests. And though this is not the highest form of human excellence, all will concede that it's a rare virtue, and that when it is exhibited, it ought to command respect. He who will intelligently lay down his life for his country is a man whom it is not in human nature to despise. Your fathers staked their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor on the cause of their country in their admiration of liberty. They lost sight of all other interests. They were peace men, but they preferred revolution to peaceful submission to bondage. They were quiet men, but they did not shrink from agitating against oppression. They showed forbearance, but they knew its limits. They believed in order, but not in the order of tyranny. With them, nothing was settled. That was not right. With them, justice, liberty, and humanity were final, not slavery and oppression. You may well cherish the memory of such men. They were great in their day and generation. Their solid manhood stands out the more as we contrast it with these degenerate times. Degenerate times. How circumspect, exact, and proportionate were all their movements. How unlike the politicians of an hour. Their statesmanship looked beyond the passing moment and stretched away in strength into the distant future. They seized upon eternal principles and set a glorious example in their defense. Mark them. Fully appreciating the hardships to be encountered, firmly believing in the right of their cause, honorably inviting the scrutiny of an onlooking world, reverently appealing to heaven to attest their sincerity, soundly comprehending the solemn responsibility they were about to assume, wisely measuring the terrible odds against them, your fathers, the fathers of this republic, did, most deliberately, under the inspiration of a glorious patriotism, and with a sublime faith in the great principles of justice and freedom, lay deep the cornerstone of the national superstructure which has risen and still rises in grandeur around you. Of this fundamental work, this day is the anniversary. Our eyes are met with demonstrations of joyous enthusiasm. Banners and pennants wave exultingly on the breeze. The din of business, too, is hushed. Even Mammon seems to have quitted his grasp on this day. Not anymore. The ear-piercing fife. I saw something. There's this congressman who released a video. I didn't watch the whole thing, but he was talking about how the whole America 250 is like run by a shadow company, and it's like fully undisclosed, like where the money is coming from or who the money is going to. And it seems Mammon clutches this anniversary 175 years later, right? Mammon, the devilish incarnation of greed. Where were we? Mammon. Even Mammon seems to have quitted his grasp on this day. The ear-piercing fife and the stirring drum unite their accents with the ascending peal of 1,000 church bells. Prayers are made, hymns are sung, and sermons are preached in honor of this day, while the quick martial tramp of a great and multitudinous nation, echoed back by all the hills, valleys, and mountains of a vast continent, bespeak the occasion one thrilling and universal interest, a nation's jubilee. Friends and citizens, I need not enter further into the causes which led to this anniversary. Many of you understand them better than I do. You could instruct me in regard to them. That is a branch of knowledge in which you feel perhaps a much deeper interest than your speaker. The causes which led to the separation of the colonies from the British Crown have never lacked for a tongue. They have all been taught in your common schools, narrated at your firesides, unfolded from your pulpits, and thundered from your legislative halls, and are as familiar to you as household words. They form the staple of your national poetry and eloquence. I love in the speech the use of you, right? He's probably talking to a predominantly white crowd in whatever this ballroom is, of, government people, of politicians, and the continued use of you, right? He starts the speech by saying your nation, and maybe this is when we get to the present is where he might suggest that this nation belongs to certain people and not to others. I remember also that as a people, Americans are remarkably familiar with all facts which make in their own favor. This is esteemed by some as a national trait, perhaps a national weakness. It is a fact that whatever makes for the wealth or the reputation of Americans and can be had cheap will be found by Americans. I shall not be charged. This is like so unbelievably true. Whatever makes for the wealth or for the reputation of Americans and can be had cheap will be found by Americans. Yeah, it's much more disgusting now, right? I think he maybe says this as a tongue-in-cheek joke in 1850. Maybe not. Maybe it carries that implication of slavery. Now that I think about it, this exclamation point feels witty though. Um, but I don't know. I don't think Frederick Douglass would be happy to see um, late capitalism. Hilarious how he nailed the cheap thing way back then. Yeah. I shall not be charged with slandering Americans. If I say I think Americans can side of any question may be safely left in Americans' hands. If I say I think the Americans can side of any question, I don't even know what that sentence means. I leave, therefore, the great deeds of your fathers to other gentlemen whose claim to have been regularly descended, and will be less likely to be disputed than mine. The present. I imagine this is where Frederick Douglass starts to become much more critical. We also later have the internal slave trade, so yeah. The present. My business, if I have any here today, is with the present. The accepted time with God and his cause is the ever living now. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act. Act in the living present, heart within, and God overhead. What is this from? That's a great line. I don't even care if that's from the Bible. That's heat. Ah, Longfellow. That's funny. I have his book on my table right now because I was going to read one of his because he's a very American poet. Where was it? It was about the now. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the dead past bury its dead. Act in the living presence, heart within, and God o'erhead. It's a good line. We have to do with the past only as we can make it useful to the present and to the future. To all inspiring motives, to noble deeds which can be gained from the past, we are welcome. But now is the time, the important time. Your fathers have lived, died, and have done their work, and have done much of it well. You live and must die, and you must do your work. You have no right to enjoy a child's share in the labor of your fathers, unless your children are to be blessed by your labors. You have no right to wear out and waste the hard-earned fame of your fathers to cover your indolence. Sidney Smith tells us that men seldom eulogize the wisdom and virtues of their fathers, but to excuse some folly or wickedness of their own. This truth is not a doubtful one. There are illustrations of it near and remote, ancient and modern. It was fashionable, hundreds of years ago, for the children of Jacob to boast. We have Abraham to our father, when they had long lost Abraham's faith and spirit, that people contented themselves under the shadow of Abraham's great name, while they repudiated the deeds which made his name great. Need I remind you that a similar thing is to be done all over this country today? Need I tell you that the Jews are not the only people who built the tombs of the prophets and garnished the sepulchres of the righteous? Washington could not die till he had broken the chains of his slaves. Yet his monument is built up by the price of human blood, and the traders in the bodies and souls of men shout, "We have Washington to our father." Alas, that it should be so. Yet so it is. There's a lot of biblical allusions, and they're great. It works really well. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. Is this more Longfellow? I don't think so. No. So this is something else. I want to look at what these are. Maybe it is and I missed it. You could never give a speech like this in modern times. Dude, like he's quoting, come on, he's quoting Longfellow, he's quoting Shakespeare, he's quoting the Bible. He's speaking so potently and eloquently. And this doesn't like exist anymore. You know, that there is no oratory like medium anymore. It's fascinating. Like we have news media and pundits. So friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears from Julius Caesar. The good is often turned. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. The good is oft interred. What a great... So, when you do evil, it continues. But the good dies with the good. Right? When you die, the good dies with you. Evil has a way of living on. Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, if it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honorable man. So are they all honorable men. Come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me. But Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff, yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure he is an honorable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me, my heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it comes back to me. This, my heart is there in the coffin with Caesar, is very, I am with you in Rockland, of Howell, right, that we read earlier. But I imagine that I think Frederick Douglass is mourning the men who founded America in this speech in the same way that Mark Antony is mourning Caesar, right? This country, its evil has lived on, right? The good is gone and dead, interred with the bones of America. And that's tragic for Douglas. Hi, Do. That's some good light work still. You love that word. I feel like whenever you come into my chat, that's like the first thing you say. Um, I still don't remember, or I don't remember again what it means. Uh, Theme. Oh, okay. Gotcha. But it's not just theme, right? It's like something more. Exploring the essence of the recurrence of a significant word. Okay, so the Brutus thing, basically, right, is a light we're still. Um, I think you and your might be a use of light were still in this speech by Frederick Douglass to place America within the hands of others. Anyway, it just keeps happening to turn out that way. Yeah. Good morning, too. It's funny. So I was picking out a bunch of poems and things to read this morning regarding America because it's the 4th. One of the things I chose was the poem that you had in the anthology last year, because yours was the musings of Captain America, which we might still read. I haven't read it yet. But right now we are reading Frederick Douglass's 4th of July speech, which is quite long but quite powerful. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often interred with their bones. Fellow citizens, pardon me. Allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I, or those I represent, this I to contrast the you, beautiful, to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us? Am I therefore called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar and confess the benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? Would to God, both for your sakes and ours, that an affirmative answer could be truthfully returned to these questions. Then would my task be light, and my burden easy and delightful. For who is there so cold that a nation's sympathy could not warn him? Who so obdurate and dead to the claims of gratitude that would not thankfully acknowledge such priceless benefits? Who so stolid and selfish that would not give his voice to swell the hallelujahs of a nation's jubilee when the chains of servitude had been torn from his limbs? I am not that man. In a case like that, the dumb might eloquently speak, and the lame man leap as an hart. But such is not the state of the case. I say it with a sad sense of disparity between us. I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. What a great double meaning. You're high into fucking brilliant. The pale of this glorious anniversary. I need to read more Frederick Douglass. Holy shit, this is good writing. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. The sunlight that brought life and healing to you has brought stripes and death to me. This 4th July is yours, not mine. You may rejoice. I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak today? If so, there is a parallel to your conduct, and let me warn you that it is dangerous to copy the example of a nation whose crimes, towering up to heaven, were thrown down by the breath of the Almighty, burying that nation in irrecoverable ruin. I can today take up the plaintive lament of a peeled and woe-smitten people. Holy fucking shit, Frederick Douglass. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yeah, if we wept when we remembered Zion, we hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof, for therefore they that carried us away captive required of us a song. And they who wasted us required of us mirth, saying, Sing us one of the songs of Zion. How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave the roof of my mouth. Again, like, what a brilliant quotation to use. What is this from? Uh, Psalm 137, that makes sense. By the rivers of Babylon. Uh, right? How can we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? How can I praise? How can I speak in praise of this country in a country that is alien to me, makes me alien to it, right? Fellow citizens, above your national tumultuous joy, I hear the mournful wail of millions, whose chains, heavy and grievous yesterday, are today rendered more intolerable by the jubilee shouts that reach them. If I do forget, if I do not faithfully remember those bleeding children of sorrow this day, may my right hand forget her cunning, and may my tongue cleave the roof of my mouth. To forget them, to pass lightly over their wrongs, and to chime in with the popular theme would be treason most scandalous and shocking, and would make me a reproach before God and this world. My subject, then, fellow citizens, is American slavery. I shall see this day and its popular characteristics from the slave's point of view. Standing there, identified with the American bondman, making his wrongs mine, I do not hesitate to declare with all my soul that the character and conduct of this nation never looked blacker to me than on this 4th of July. Whether we turn to the declarations of the past or to the professions of the present, the conduct of the nation seems equally hideous and revolting. America is false to the past, false to the present, and solemnly binds herself to be false to the future. Standing with God and the crushed and bleeding slave on this occasion, I will, in the name of humanity, which is outraged, in the name of liberty, which is fettered, in the name of the Constitution and the Bible, which are disregarded and trampled upon, dare to call in question and to denounce with all the emphasis I can command everything that serves to perpetuate slavery, the great sin and shame of America. I will not equivocate. I will not excuse. I will use the severest language I can command, and yet not one word shall escape me that any man whose judgment is not blinded by prejudice, or who is not at heart a slaveholder, shall confess to be right and just. But fancy, I hear some of my audience say, it is just this circumstance that you and your brother abolitionists fail to make a favorable impression on the public mind. Would you argue more and denounce less? Would you persuade more and rebuke less? Your cause would be much more likely to succeed. But I submit where all is plain, there is nothing to be argued. What point in the anti-slavery creed would you have me argue? On what branch of the subject do the people of this country need light? Must I undertake to prove that the slave is a man? That point is conceded already. Nobody doubts it. The slaveholders themselves acknowledge it in the enactment of the laws for their government. They acknowledge it when they punish disobedience on the part of the slave. There are 72 crimes in the state of Virginia, which, if committed by a black man, no matter how ignorant he be, subjects him to the punishment of death, while only 2 of the same crimes will subject a white man to the like punishment. What is this but the acknowledgement that the slave is a moral, intellectual, and responsible being? The manhood of the slave is conceded. It is admitted in the fact that Southern statute books are covered with enactments forbidding, under severe fines and such penalties, the teaching of the slave to read or write. When you can point to any such laws in reference to the beasts of the field, then I may consent to argue the manhood of the slave. When the dogs in your streets, when the fowls of the air, when the cattle on your hills, when the fish in the sea and the reptiles that crawl shall be unable to distinguish the slave from a brute, then I will argue with you that the slave is a man. Hi, Ray. We're reading Frederick Douglass's speech from 1852 on the 4th of July. Yeah. It is incredibly present for our modern America. For the present, it is enough to affirm the equal manhood of, I can say this quoting him, right? It is enough to affirm the equal manhood of the Negro race. It is not astonishing that while we are plowing, planting, and reaping, using all kinds of mechanical tools, erecting houses, constructing bridges, building ships, working in metals of brass, iron, copper, silver, and gold, that while we are reading, writing, and ciphering, acting as clerks, merchants, and secretaries, having among us lawyers, doctors, ministers, poets, authors, editors, orators, and teachers, that while we are engaged in all manner of enterprises common to other men, digging gold in California, capturing the whale in the Pacific, feeding sheep and cattle on the hillside, living, moving, acting, thinking, planning, living in families as husbands, wives, and children, and above all confessing and worshiping the Christian's God, and looking hopefully for life and immortality beyond the grave, we are called upon to prove that we are men. Would you have me argue that man is entitled to liberty? That he is the rightful owner of his own body? You have already declared it. Must I argue the wrongfulness of slavery? Is that a question for Republicans? Is it to be settled by rules of logic and argumentation as a matter beset with great difficulty, involving a doubtful application of the principles of justice hard to understand? How should I look today, in the presence of Americans dividing and subdividing a discourse to show that men have a natural right to freedom, speaking of it relatively and positively, negatively, and affirmatively? To do so would be to make myself ridiculous, and to offer an insult to your understanding. There is not a man beneath the canopy of heaven that does not know that slavery is wrong for him. What? Am I to argue that it is wrong to make men brutes, to rob them of their liberty, to work them without wages, to keep them ignorant of their relations to their fellow men, to beat them with sticks, to flay their flesh with the lash, to load their limbs with irons, to hunt them with dogs, to sell them at auction, to sunder their families, to knock out their teeth, to burn their flesh, to starve them into obedience and submission to their masters. Must I argue that a system thus marked with blood and stained with pollution is wrong? No, I will not. I have better employment for my time and strength than such arguments would imply. What then remains to be argued? Is it that slavery is not divine, that God did not establish it, that our doctors of divinity are mistaken? There is blasphemy in the thought. That which is inhuman cannot be divine. Who can reason on such a proposition? They that can may. I cannot. The time for such argument is past. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument is needed. Oh, had I the ability, and could I reach the nation's ear, I would, today, pour out a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke, for it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, and the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed. And its crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced. What, to the American slave, is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days in the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is the constant victim. To him your celebration is a sham, your boasted liberty an unholy license, your national greatness swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless, your denunciations of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence, your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery, your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgiving, with all your religious parade and solemnity are, to him, mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy. A thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour. Go where you may, search where you will, and roam through all the monarchies and despotisms of the old world. Travel through South America, search out every abuse, and when you have found the last, lay your facts by the side of the everyday practices of this nation. And you will say with me that, for revolting barbarity and shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without a rival. Tragic, right, that this is 1850. That in 1850, right, America reigns without a rival, right? What has happened since 1850? So many injustices, right? The atomic bombs, the Vietnam War, the wars in the Middle East, modern stuff, right? Palestine, intervention in South and Central America. I mean, basically every continent, every, of course, everything we've done supporting various conflicts in Africa. Um, I mean, it could go on, right? Uh, and that's just war, right? Um, Domestically, right? Stonewall. Um, I don't know. Just every fucking all the stuff that's happened since then, right? America still reigns. That is to say, without a rival. No, that's not the ending. we've got 7 more pages. This speech is massive. The internal slave trade. Take the American slave trade, which we are told by the papers is especially prosperous just now. Ex-Senator Benton tells us that the price of men was never higher than now. He mentions the fact to show that slavery is in no danger. This trade is one of the peculiarities of American institutions. It is carried on in all the large towns and cities in one half of this confederacy, and millions are pocketed every year by dealers in this horrid traffic. In several states, this trade is a chief source of wealth. It is called, in contradistinction to the forward slave trade, the internal slave trade. It is probably called so, too, in order to divert from it the horror with which the foreign slave trade is contemplated. That trade has long since been denounced by this government as piracy. It has been denounced with burning words from the high places of the nation as an execrable traffic. To arrest it, to put an end to it, this nation keeps a squadron at immense cost on the coast of Africa. Everywhere in this country, it is safe to speak of this foreign slave trade as the most inhuman traffic, opposed alike to the laws of God and man. The duty to big words, extirpate and destroy it, is admitted even by our doctors of divinity. In order to put an end to it, some of these last have been consented themselves on the western coast of Africa. It is, however, a notable fact that while so much execration is poured out by Americans upon those engaged in the foreign slave trade, the men engaged in the slave trade between the states pass without condemnation, and their busyness is deemed honorable. Behold, the practical operation of this internal slave trade, the American slave trade, sustained by American politics and American religion. Here you will see men and women reared like swine for the market. You know what is a swine drover? I will show you a man drover. They inhabit all our southern states. They perambulate the country and crowd the highways of the nation with droves of human stock. You will see one of these human flesh jobbers armed with pistol, whip, and bowie knife, driving a company of 100 men, women, and children from the Potomac to the slave market at New Orleans. These wretched people are to be sold singly or in lots to suit purchasers. They are food for the cotton field and the deadly sugar mill. Mark the sad procession as it moves wearily along, and the inhuman wretch who drives them. Hear his savage yells and his blood-chilling oaths as he hurries on his affrighted captives. There, see the old man with locks thinned and gray cast one glance, if you please, upon that young mother, whose shoulders are bare to the scorching sun. her briny tears falling on the brow of the babe in her arms. See, too, that girl of 13, weeping. Yes, weeping. She thinks of the mother from whom she has been torn. The drove moves tardily. Heat and sorrow have nearly consumed their strength. Suddenly, you hear a quick snap, like the discharge of a rifle. The fetters clank and the chain rattles simultaneously. Your ears are saluted with a scream that seems to have torn its way to the center of your soul. The crack you heard was the sound of the slave whip. Fucking hell. Man. The scream you heard was from the woman you saw with the babe. Her speed had faltered under the weight of her child in her chains. That gash on her shoulder tells her to move on. Follow the droves to New Orleans. Attend the auction. See the men examined like horses. See the forms of women rudely and brutally exposed to the shocking gaze of American slave buyers. See this drove sold and separated forever, and never forget the deep, sad sobs that arose from the scattered multitude. Tell me, citizens, where, under the sun, you can witness a spectacle more fiendish and shocking? Yet this is but a glance at the American slave trade as it exists at this moment in the ruling part of the United States. I was born amid such sights and scenes. To me, the American slave trade is a terrible reality. When a child, my soul was often pierced with a sense of its horrors. I lived on Philpott Street, Fells Point, Baltimore, and have watched from the wharves the slave ships in the basin, anchored from the shore with their cargoes of human flesh waiting for favorable winds to waft them down the Chesapeake. There was at the same time a grand slave mart kept at the head of Pratt Street by Austin Woodfolk. His agents were sent into town and country in Maryland, announcing their arrival through the papers and on flaming handbills headed "Cash for Negroes." These men were generally well dressed and very captivating in their manners, ever ready to drink, to treat, and to gamble. The fate of many a slave has depended upon the turn of a single card, and many a child has been snatched from the arms of its mother by bargains arranged in a state of brutal drunkenness. The fleshmongers gather up their victims by dozens and drive them, chained to the General Depot at Baltimore. Where a sufficient number have been collected here, a ship is chartered for the purpose of conveying the forlorn crew to Mobile or to New Orleans, or the slave prison to the ship. They are usually driven from the slave prison to the ship. They are usually driven in the darkness of night, for since the anti-slavery agitation, a certain caution is observed. In the deep, still darkness of midnight, I have often been aroused by the dead, heavy footsteps and the piteous cries of the chained gangs that pass our door. The anguish of my boyish heart was intense, and I was often consoled, when speaking to my mistress in the morning, to hear her say that the custom was very wicked, that she hated to hear the rattle of the chains and the heart-rending cries. I was glad to find one who sympathized with my horror. Fellow citizens, this murderous traffic is, today, in active operation in this boasted republic. In the solitude of my spirit, I see clouds of dust raised on highways of the South. I see the bleeding footsteps. I hear the doleful wail of fettered humanity on the way to the slave markets, where the victims are to be sold like horses, sheep, and swine, knocked off to the highest bidder. There I see the tenderest ties ruthlessly broken, to gratify the lust, caprice, and rapacity of the buyers and sellers of men. My soul sickens at the sight. Is this the land your fathers loved, the freedom which they toiled to win. Is this the earth whereon they moved? Are these the graves they slumber in? What is this from? Another poem. John Greenleaf Whittier. Stanzas for the times. Is this the land our fathers loved, the freedom which they toiled to win? Is this the soul whereon they move? Are these the graves they slumber in? Are we the sons by whom are born, the mantles which the dead have worn? Etc. Same themes going on in this work. That looks like a great poem. Yeah, more of a rallying cry, this one. So incredibly literate, right? I mean, I'm not surprised, right? Frederick Douglass is incredible, but like, no one even writes like this in the modern day, you know? I guess academics working on their like nonsensical dissertations. But a still more inhuman, disgraceful, and scandalous state of things remains to be presented. By an act of the American Congress not yet 2 years old, slavery has been nationalized in its most horrible and revolting form. By that act, Mason and Dixon's line has been obliterated. New York has become as Virginia, and the power to hold, hunt, and sell men, women, and children as slaves remains no longer a mere state institution, but is now an institution of the whole United States. Great line. No longer a mere state institution, but is now an institution of the whole United States. Brilliant. The power is coextensive with the Star-Spangled Banner and American Christianity. Where these go, may also go the merciless slave hunter. Where these go, man is not sacred. He is the bird for the sportsman's gun. By that most foul and fiendish of all human decrees, the liberty and person of every man are put in peril. Your broad republican domain is hunting ground for men. These kinds of lines don't necessarily feel so far off in modern America. Thinking of our, George Floyd's, our Renee Goods, our just any of the sort of hunting of the state upon the people. Yeah. Not for thieves and robbers, enemies of society, merely but for men guilty of no crime. And of course, still just African Americans who must deal with police and unjust justice system. Your lawmakers have commanded all good citizens to engage in this hellish sport. Your president, your Secretary of State, your lords, nobles, and ecclesiastics enforce as a duty you owe to your free and glorious country and to your God that you do this accursed thing. Not fewer than 40 Americans have, within the past 2 years, been hunted down, and without a moment's warning, hurried away in chains, and consigned to slavery and excruciating torture. I think of, I can't remember his name, but there was the gay guy in Wyoming who got beat to death against the barbed wire fence in like the 2000s or maybe 2010s. Right. We do lynchings in this country. Matthew Shepard, yeah. I think like a lot of this resonates deeply as a queer person in America. Of course, not nearly so much as all of this, but there are instances that are similar. I think it's really fascinating to read this whole thing out loud. Um, I find myself more and more loving the act of reading someone else's words. Right? I do this with poetry all the time on stream, but it places the reader within another person's experience, and to read it out loud makes it, right, visceral. Um, and I've read so much in school and not in school, and about the horrors of American history. But to read someone's actual words describing their pain from their perspective is an entirely different thing. Um, and I would encourage anyone, to try that. Um, Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be this speech, but right, to read someone else's anguished words out loud. Because I don't know, it's a different thing to read out loud, to orate. Some of these have, okay, hurried away in chains and consigned to slavery and excruciating torture. Some of these have had wives and children, dependent on them for bread. But of this no account was made. The right of the hunter to his prey stands superior to the right of marriage. And to all rights in the public, the rights of God included. For black men, there are neither law, justice, humanity, or religion. Welcome, Brandon Harkins. We're reading Frederick Douglass. He gave a speech on the 4th of July, 174 years ago, denouncing the continuation of the slave trade. Quite heavy. We're most of the way through it, though. The fugitive slave law makes mercy to them a crime, and bribes the judge who tries them. An American judge gets $10 for every victim he consigns to slavery, and 5 when he fails to do so. The oath of any 2 villains is sufficient, under this hell-black enactment, to send the most pious and exemplary black men into the remorseless jaws of slavery. His own testimony is nothing. He can bring no witnesses for himself. The minister of American justice is bound by the law to hear but one side, and that side is the side of the oppressor. Let this damning fact be perpetually told. Let it be thundered around the world that in tyrant-killing, king-hating, people-loving, democratic Christian America, the seats of justice are filled with judges who hold their office under an open and palpable bribes, and are bound in deciding in the case of a man's liberty to hear only his accusers. Again, this still happens in modern America, right? Judges holding office under open, palpable bribes. In glaring violation of justice, in shameless disregard of the forms of administering law, in cunning arrangement to entrap the defenseless, and in diabolical intent, this fugitive slave law stands alone in the annals of tyrannical legislation. I doubt if there be another nation on this globe having the brass and the baseness to put such a law on the statute book. If any man in this assembly thinks differently from me in this manner, and feels able to disprove my statements, I will gladly confront him at any suitable time and place he may select. Frederick Douglass really says, like, meet me outside. Grubhub and Amazon both just advertised to me over the top of Frederick Douglass's 4th of July address. Yeah, do. That's like I guess, is Grubhub, Is Grubhub one of the delivery ones? Is that like a 1-2 punch of like modern wage slavery? Um, the Amazon delivery worker and the food delivery or like the Uber driver, the contract worker with no protections and rights. The religious liberty section is my favorite. That's exciting. It's short, snappy. Religious liberty. I take this law to be one of the grossest infringements on Christian liberty, and if the churches and ministers of our country were not stupidly blind or most wickedly indifferent, they too would so regard it. At the very moment that they are thanking God for the enjoyment of civil and religious liberty, and for the right to worship God according to the dictates of their own consciences, they are utterly silent in respect to a law which robs religion of its chief significance and makes it utterly worthless to a world lying in wickedness. Did this law concern the mint, anise, and cumin, abridge the right to sing psalms, to partake of the sacrament, or to engage in any of the ceremonies of religion, it would be smitten by the thunder of 1,000 pulpits. A general shout would go up from the church demanding repeal, repeal, instant repeal, and it would go hard with that politician who presumed to solicit the votes of the people without inscribing this motto on his banner. Further, if this demand were not complied with, another Scotland would be added to the history of religious liberty, and the stern old Covenanters would be thrown into the shade. A John Knox would be seen at every church door and heard from every pulpit, and Fillmore would have no more quarter than was shown by Knox to the beautiful but treacherous Queen Mary of Scotland. The fact that the church of our country, with fractional exceptions, does not esteem the fugitive slave law as a declaration of war against religious liberty implies that the church regards religion simply as a form of worship, an empty ceremony, and not a vital principle requiring active benevolence, justice, love, and goodwill toward man. It esteems sacrifice above mercy, psalm singing above right doing, solemn meetings above practical righteousness, a worship that can be conducted by persons who refuse to give shelter to the houseless, or give bread to the hungry, clothing to the naked, and who enjoin obedience to a law forbidding these acts of mercy, is a curse, not a blessing to mankind. The Bible addresses all such persons as scribes, Pharisees, hypocrites who pay tithe of mint, anise, and cumin, and have omitted the weightier matters of law, judgment, mercy, and faith. He just perfectly summed up American Christianity. Yeah, it's still incredibly accurate, right? Still, the church responsible. But the church of this country is not only indifferent to the wrongs of the slave, it actually takes sides with the oppressors. It has made itself the bulwark of American slavery and the shield of American slave hunters. Many of its most eloquent divines, who stand as the very lights of the church, have shamelessly given the sanction of religion and the Bible to the whole slave system. They have taught that man may, properly, be a slave, that the relation of master and slave is ordained of God, that to send back an escaped bondman to his master is clearly the duty of all the followers of the Lord Jesus Christ. And this horrible blasphemy is palmed off upon the world for Christianity. Still sums up modern Christianity as teaching and supporting, all of these things. For my part, I would say, welcome infidelity. Welcome atheism. Welcome anything in preference to the gospel as preached by those divines. They convert the very name of religion into an engine of tyranny and barbarous cruelty, and serve to confirm more infidels in this age than all the infidel writings of Thomas Paine, Voltaire, and Bolingbroke put together have done. These ministers make religion a cold and flinty-hearted thing, having neither principles of right action nor bowels of compassion. They strip the love of God of its beauty and leave the throne of religion a huge, horrible, repulsive form. It is a religion for oppressors, tyrants, man-stealers, and thugs. It is not that pure and undefiled religion which is from above, and which is first pure, then peaceable, easy to be entreated, full of mercy and good fruits, without partiality and without hypocrisy, but a religion which favors the rich against the robber, which exalts the proud above the humble, which divides mankind into two classes, tyrants and slaves, which says to the man in chains, "Stay there," and to the oppressor, "Oppress on." It is a religion which may be professed and enjoyed by all the robbers and enslavers of mankind. It makes God a respecter of persons, denies this fatherhood of the race, and tramples in the dust the great truth of the brotherhood of man. All this we affirm to be true of the popular church and the popular worship of our land and nation, a religion, a church, and a worship which on the authority of inspired wisdom we pronounce to be an abomination in the sight of God. In the language of Isaiah, the American church might be well addressed: "Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies. I cannot away with it is I cannot away with it is iniquity, even the solemn meeting. Your new moons and your appointed feasts my soul hatest. They are troubled to me. I am weary to bear them. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yeah, when ye makes, is that yea? Yeah? Yea? Yea, when ye makes many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Cease to do evil, learn to do well. Seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge for the fatherless, plead for the widow. Lotus looking like a poor Victorian boy reading a ballad to an audience of benefactors. I don't know. If I had a genie wish, I would bring a tape recorder back to 1852 and hear the murmurs of the crowd during this. Yeah, fascinating to think what that response would have been. The American church is guilty when viewed in connection with what it is doing to uphold slavery, but it is superlatively guilty when viewed in connection with its ability to abolish slavery. The sin of which it is guilty is one of omission as well as of commission. Albert Barnes but uttered what the common sense of every man at all observant of the actual state of the case will receive as truth, when he declared that there is no power out of the church that could sustain slavery an hour, if it were not sustained in it. Let the religious press, the pulpit, the Sunday school, the conference meeting, the great ecclesiastical, missionary, Bible and tract associations of the land array their immense powers against slavery and slaveholding, and the whole system of crime and blood would be scattered to the winds, and that they do not do this involves them in the most awful responsibility of which the mind can conceive. In prosecuting the anti-slavery enterprise, we have been asked to separate the church, to spare the ministry. But how, we ask, could such a thing be done? We are met on the threshold of our efforts for the redemption of the slave by the church, and ministry of the country in battle arrayed against us, and we are compelled to fight or flee. From what quarter, I beg to know, has proceeded a fire so deadly upon our ranks during the last 2 years, as from the northern pulpit, as from the champions of oppressors, the chosen men of American theology have appeared, men honored for their so-called piety and their real learning, lords of Buffalo, the Springs of New York, the Lathrops of Auburn, the Coxes and Spencers of Brooklyn, the Gannets and Sharps of Boston, the Deweys of Washington, and other great religious lights of the land have, in utter denial of the authority of him by whom they profess to be called to the ministry, deliberately taught us, against the example of the Hebrews, and against the remonstrance of the apostles. They teach that we ought to obey man's law before the law of God. My spirit wearies of such blasphemy, and how such men can be supported as the standing types and representatives of Jesus Christ is a mystery which I leave others to penetrate. In speaking of the American church, however, let it be distinctly understood that I mean the great mass of the religious organizations of our land. There are exceptions, and I thank God that there are. Noble men may be found scattered all over the northern states, of whom Henry Ward Beecher of Brooklyn, Samuel J. May of Syracuse, and my esteemed friend on the platform are shining examples. And let me say further, that upon these men lies the duty to inspire our ranks with high religious faith and zeal, and to cheer us on in the great mission of the slave's redemption from his chains. We're almost there. I don't know when I started reading this, but I think we're over an hour in. This is good practice for me, reading like this. Religion in England and religion in America. One is stuck. Let's try again. One is struck with the difference between the attitude of the American church toward the anti-slavery movement and that occupied by the churches in England toward a similar movement in that country. There, the church, true to its mission of ameliorating, elevating, and improving the condition of mankind, came forward promptly, bound up the wounds of the West Indian slave, and restored him to his liberty. There, the question of emancipation was a high religious question. It was demanded. It was demanded in the name of humanity and according to the law of the living God. The Sharps, the Clarksons, the Wilberforces and Buxtons, the Burkells and Nibbs were alike famous for their piety and for their philanthropy. The anti-slavery movement there was not an anti-church movement, for the reason that the church took its full share in prosecuting that movement. And the anti-slavery movement in this country will cease to be an anti-church movement when the church of this country shall assume a favorable instead of a hostile position toward The movement. Again, great line. Americans, your Republican politics, not less than your Republican religion, are flagrantly inconsistent. You boast of your love of liberty, your superior civilization, and your pure Christianity, while the whole political power of the nation, as embodied in the two great political parties, is solemnly pledged to support and perpetuate the enslavement of 3 millions of your countrymen. You hurl your anathemas at the crown-headed tyrants of Russia and Austria, and pride yourselves on your democratic institutions, while you yourselves consent to be the mere tools and bodyguards of the tyrants of Virginia and Carolina. You invite to your shores fugitives of oppression from abroad, honor them with banquets, greet them with ovations, cheer them, toast them, salute them, protect them, and pour out your money to them like water. But the fugitives from your own land you advertise, hunt, arrest, shoot, and kill. You glory in your refinement and your universal education, yet you maintain a system as barbarous and dreadful as ever stained the character of a nation, a system begun in avarice, supported in pride, and perpetuated in cruelty. You shed tears over fallen Hungary, and make the sad story of her wrongs the theme of your poets, statesmen, and orators, till your gallant sons are ready to fly to arms to vindicate her against her oppressors. But in regard to the 10,000 wrongs of the American slave, you would enforce the strictest silence, and you would hail him as an enemy of a nation who dares to make those wrongs for wrongs the subject of political discourse. You are all on fire at the mention of liberty for France or for Ireland, but are as cold as an iceberg at the thought of liberty for the enslaved of America. You discourse eloquently on the dignity of labor, yet you sustain a system which, in its very essence, casts a stigma upon labor. You can bare your bosom to the storm of British artillery to throw off a 3-penny tax on tea, and yet wring the last hard-earned farthing from the grasp of the black laborers of your country. You profess to believe that of one blood God made all nations of men to dwell on the face of the earth, and hath commanded all men everywhere to love one another, yet you notoriously hate, and glory in your hatred, all men whose skins are not colored like your own. You declare before the world, and are understood by the world to declare, that you hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and yet you hold securely in a bondage which, according to your own Thomas Jefferson, is worse than the ages of that which your fathers rose in rebellion to oppose, a 7th part of the inhabitants of your country. The use of language, actual chills. Yeah. This hold these truths to be self-evident in here. Brilliant. Exquisitely read. I'm doing my best. We're almost there. I'm just trying to get to the end. Fellow citizens, I will not enlarge further on your national inconsistencies. The existence of slavery in this country brands your republicanism as a sham, your humanity as a base pretense, and your Christianity as a lie. It destroys your moral power abroad. It corrupts your politicians at home. It saps the foundation of religion. It makes your name a hissing and a byword to a mocking earth. It is the antagonistic force in your government, the only thing that seriously disturbs and endangers your union. It fetters your progress. It is the enemy of improvement, the deadly foe of education. It fosters pride. It breeds insolence. It promotes vice. It shelters crime. It is a curse to the earth that supports it, and yet you cling to it as if it were the sheet anchor of all your hopes. Oh, be warned. Be warned, a horrible reptile is coiled up in your nation's bosom. The venomous creature is nursing at the tender breast of your youthful republic. For the love of God, tear away and fling from you the hideous monster, and let the weight of 20 millions crush and destroy it forever. Forever did not come. We don't have this slavery. Hopefully, things don't slide further in that way. But the Constitution. But it is answered in reply to all this, that precisely what I have now denounced is in fact guaranteed and sanctioned by the Constitution of the United States, that the right to hold and hunt slaves is a part of the Constitution framed by the illustrious fathers of this republic. Then I dare to affirm, notwithstanding all I have said before, your fathers stooped, basely stooped, to palter with us in a double sense, and keep the word of promise to the ear, but to break it to the heart. And instead of being the honest man I have before declared them to be, they were the veriest impostors that ever practiced on mankind. This is the inevitable conclusion, and from it there is no escape. But I differ from those who charge this baseness on the framers of the Constitution of the United States. It is a slander upon their memory, at least so I believe. There is not time now to argue the constitutional question at length, nor have I the ability to discuss it as it ought be discussed. The subject has been handled with masterly power by Lysander Spooner, Esquire, by William Goodall, by Samuel E. Sewall, Esquire, and last, though not least, by Garrett Smith, Esquire. These gentlemen have, as I think, fully and clearly vindicated the Constitution from any design to support slavery for an hour. Fellow citizens, there is no matter in respect to which the people of the North have allowed themselves to be so ruinously imposed upon as that of the pro-slavery character of the Constitution. In that instrument I hold there is neither warrant, license, nor sanction of the hateful thing, but interpreted as it ought be interpreted, the Constitution is a glorious liberty document. Read its preamble, consider its purposes. Oh, I accidentally hit the back button. Tragic. Consider its purposes. This is a lovely part of this about the Constitution, given the sort of state of our Supreme Court and the desire to interpret it. There's nothing to argue there, right? If the Constitution were intended to be by its framers and adopters a slave-holding instrument, why neither slavery, slaveholding, nor slave can anywhere be found in it? What would be thought of an instrument legally drawn up for the purpose of entitling the city of Rochester to a tract of land in which no mention of the land was made? Now there are certain rules of interpretation for the proper understanding of all legal instruments. These rules are well established. They are plain, common sense rules, such as you and I, and all of us can understand and apply without having passed years in the study of law. I scout the idea that the question of the constitutionality or unconstitutionality of slavery is not a question for the people. I hold that every American citizen has the right to form an opinion of the Constitution, and to propagate that opinion, and to use all honorable means to make his opinion the prevailing one. Without this right, the liberty of an American citizen would be as insecure as that of a Frenchman. Ex-Vice President Dallas tells us that the Constitution is an object to which no American mind can be too attentive, and no American heart too devoted. He further says, the Constitution, in its words, is plain and intelligible, and is meant for the homebred, unsophisticated understandings of our fellow citizens. Senator Berrien tells us that the Constitution is the fundamental law, that which controls all others, the charter of our liberties, which every citizen has a personal interest in understanding thoroughly. The testimony of Senator Breese, Lewis Cass, and many others that might be named, who are everywhere esteemed as sound lawyers, so regard the Constitution. I take it, therefore, that it is not presumption in a private citizen to form an opinion of that instrument. Now, take the Constitution according to its plain reading, and I defy the presentation of a single pro-slavery clause in it. On the other hand, it will be found to contain principles and purposes entirely hostile to the existence of slavery. I have detained my audience entirely too long already. At some future period, I will gladly avail myself of an opportunity to give this subject a full and fair discussion. Allow me to say, in conclusion, notwithstanding the dark picture I have this day presented of the state of the nation, I do not despair of this country. There are forces in operation which must inevitably work the downfall of slavery. The arm of the Lord is not shortened, and the doom of slavery is certain. I, therefore, leave off where I began, with hope, while drawing encouragement from the Declaration of Independence, the great principles it contains, and the genius of American institutions. My spirit is also cheered by the obvious tendencies of the age. Nations do not now stand in the same relation to each other that they did ages ago. No nation can now shut itself up from the surrounding world and trot round in the same old path of its fathers without interference. I don't know. The time was when such could be done. Long-established customs of hurtful character could formally fence themselves in and do their evil work with social impunity. Knowledge was then confined and enjoyed by the privileged few, and the multitude walked on in mental darkness. But a change has now come over the affairs of mankind. Walled cities and empires have become unfashionable. The arm of commerce has borne away the gates of the strong city. Intelligence is penetrating the darkest corners of the globe. It makes its pathways over and under the sea, as well as on the earth. Wind, steam, and lightning are its chartered agents. Oceans no longer divide, but link nations together. From Boston to London is now a holiday excursion. Space is comparatively annihilated. Thoughts expressed on one side of the Atlantic are distinctly heard on the other. The far-off and almost fabulous Pacific rolls in grandeur at our feet. The celestial empire, the mystery of ages, is being solved. The fiat of the Almighty, "Let there be light," has not yet spent its force. No abuse, no outrage, whether in taste, sport, or avarice, can now hide itself from the all-pervading light. The iron shoe and the crippled foot of China must be seen in contrast with nature. Africa must rise and put on her yet unwoven garment. Ethiopia shall stretch out her hand unto God. In the fervent aspirations of William Lloyd Garrison, I say, and let every heart join in saying it, God speed the year of Jubilee, the wide world o'er, when from their galling chains set free, the oppressed shall vilely bend the knee, and wear the yoke of tyranny like brutes no more. That year will come and freedom's reign, to man his plundered rights and again restore. God speed the day when human blood shall cease to flow, in every clime be understood the claims of human brotherhood, and each return for evil good, not blow for blow. That day will come, all feuds to end, and change into a faithful friend each foe. God speed the hour, the glorious hour, when none on earth shall exercise a lordly power, nor in a tyrant's presence cower, but all to manhood's stature tower. By equal birth, that hour will come, to each to all, and from his prison house the thrall go forth, until that year, day, hour arrive, with head and heart and hand I'll strive, to break the rod, to rend the gyve, the spoiler of his prey deprive. So witness heaven, and never from my chosen foe post, whate'er the peril or the cost, be driven. I wish his optimism had found its way to fruition. And I wish his optimism felt like, bruh. Oh, it was too long. It's too much to search into DuckDuckGo. I was looking for that quote. Weak search engine. Still too much. Yeah, I mean, like, all of this stuff about Godspeed the Urju, okay. All this stuff about, you know, I mean, this idea of, like, commerce opening the walled city and this, like, enlightened globalization being something that he hoped would prevent injustice in the world. I mean, this was the idea of the Enlightenment, right? That this would end the reign of kings. And yet here we are, right? Here we are with the same people, just the same, blindly celebrating, right? This 4th of July, right? And you know, we have the same sort of economic tyranny, right? The economic tyranny of the way that many people are forced to live in terms of, like, economic situation and work, this sort of working until one's death, especially my generation with increasingly little hope of financial freedom, right? We still have the religion of the slaveholder, right? We have the religion in America, American Christianity, still sort of blindly permitting the injustice of tyrants. And it's so incredibly written as this plea. It's so compelling, so moving, right? And so moving to read it out loud. Really, I cannot describe just how impactful that specifically is. To read another person's words out loud, especially if they are words of pain. To plea along with them. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think as stream often does, stream has taught me today a little bit about the world, and in this case about empathy, right? That was a titanic effort. We appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate recommending that piece. I, I I have the voice for it. I have this skill set of being able to talk for a long time and speak, right? I want to get into narrating audiobooks. And it's good practice, but also just important. I'd never read that before. I never heard that before. I've hardly read any Frederick Douglass, and I would say that it's one of the more impactful things I've ever read in my lifetime. All these things for different reasons. Hard to say if there's a most, but I'm really glad you recommended it. Offers some perspective on our America 250 4th of July. So Nikki sent something in the Discord, and that you wanted me to read. We also have the poem, the poem by Dew on the Grass from the zine that we did last year. That's about America, that I think is quite nice. So we'll read a few more little things, just to, do that. Fucking firework outside. That cannot be starting already. The jubilation. The jubilation begins. I mean, that's the thing, right? His framing is so perfect in that speech. The jubilation of the country reminds those who do not get to celebrate it, who are not afforded that. It only reminds them of their place as, less than in the country. And I think also the sad thing is maybe there's a lot of people who celebrate it without realizing that they are a victim of this country, right? It started here in May. That's crazy. I have to go get some chores done, but I do want to see Nikki's poem. Then I'll read Nikki's poem. You can also see it in the Discord, and if you want to follow along reading, that would be the place to do it, right? Let's see your poem, Nikki. What's it called? Tithes of Troubles? Yeah. The Tithe of Troubles. What is this? This thrumming, this splitting heart. It brings the sound of thunder and the acrid taste of ozone. Was that a seagull screaming over oceans? Just the explosion of cannons ripping through rib cages. I am pieces of fallen soldiers slowly floating into crimson undertows. And I rain salt, I rain ashes, I rain sea foam and bullet casings. And you enjoy the shoreline, not noticing the storm, the tide of troubles. Yeah, same, right in the same space of all the ideas we've been discussing, right? Not noticing the storm. My father is a preacher in a sect of conservative fundamentalist Christianity, so I grew up with those circles. And I guess that's why Douglas's speech hits especially home for me, especially the stuff about the church stands on the side of the oppressor. Yeah, that stuff's really good. I wasn't like indoctrinated in Christian stuff, but I attended a Christian high school, um, in which I felt very out of place and very unwelcome. Um, and uh, I think that affected me deeply. Uh, and yeah, and then just the like that speech as something speaking more broadly to like an oppressed demographic, we'll say. Um, Also, you sent like some bits earlier. Thank you for that. Be thou wrecked. That's very kind. The way you read that was just oof. Yeah. Um, it's the it's the I'm out of energy reading. It's very somber. The tithe of troubles. What is this? This thrumming. This splitting heart. It brings the sound of thunder and the acrid taste of ozone. Was that a seagull screaming over the oceans? Just the explosion of cannons ripping through rib cages. I am pieces of fallen soldiers slowly floating into crimson undertows. And I rain. I rain salt, I rain ashes, I rain sea foam and bullet casings. And you? You enjoy the shoreline, not noticing the storm. The tithe of troubles. I really enjoy that second to last stanza. And I rain. I rain salt, I rain ashes, I rain sea foam and bullet casings. The way that and takes us over the I rain, I rain, I rain, and bullet casings. Like it, I don't know. That's just candy, you know. Really good, Nikki. And I rain salt, I rain ashes, I rain sea foam and bullet casings. Why does it do that? Why does that work so well? I mean, I think it's like there's the alliteration. Salt, ashes, sea foam, and foam, right, takes us around that corner. Foam and bullet casings. And then it like wraps up with a little alliterative casings on the salt, ashes, sea foam. Um, and maybe it's that where rain once was, where I rain once was, becomes bullet casings, bullets raining, right? It like and like the idea of a raindrop and a bullet, I think are very similar. So that imagery, that shift, works really well, maybe, of the water raining and the bullets raining. And I rain salt, I rain ashes, I rain sea foam and bullet casings. I just love that. It's really good. uh, and yeah. Um, I don't know, another somber poem about war. My brain gremlin thanks you. Yeah, you're welcome, brain gremlin. Hi, Pepper. We've been talking about America all stream, and it's been quite heavy. It's been quite heavy. um, I want to read the Dew on the Grass poem. Gotta go for now. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, stream's ending soon anyway. This was written last year. Well, it was published last year in the zine that we did um, by Dew on the Grass. It's called Musings of Captain America. I think this was one of my favorite poems in the anthology. Making me cry a little bit, not gonna lie. That's good. Musings of Captain America. I learned absolute right and wrongs. We draw our bows and draw our swords defending them and shred the world apart. Then what do you do when everything you know is gone? I learned absolute convictions and strengths. We draw our rights and draw our arms defending them and shred the world apart. Then what do you do when everything you have is gone? I learned absolute loyalty and trust. We draw our friends and families close, defending them, and shred the world apart. Then what do you do when everything you love is gone? Maybe there's another power. Maybe there's another absolute. Maybe there's no other you. And maybe when we're gone, we go kaput. Silly rhyme. Silly reason. Take me to a warmer season. Differences shred structured teaching. Community brings disagreeing. Pentametric I ams sort a thought. Our truths we seek for truth we seek in vain. If knowing all this knowing comes to naught, but sordid thoughts from others say it plain, these absolutes are spuriously sought. I panic as I fumble for refrain. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you don't have to get by on your own? Even as we shred our belief, amend. Even as we shred our belief, amend. We're with each other to the bitter end, to the end of the line. A line is never actually finished. It just stops moving. But the thing is, you don't have to. Musings of Captain America by Dew on the Grass. Oh. That's all the American literature for today. Had some Sonia Sanchez, some Maya Angelou, some Ginsberg, some Giselle James, some Nikki, and some Dew, and we had some E. Cummings, and some whatever the Ball Gunner poem is, whoever wrote that one, and some Frederick Douglass. Read a lot of things today. And I'm not sure at this point how it makes me feel. I don't think I feel any better about today being the 4th of July on the 250th anniversary of America's founding. But at least I felt things. I felt a lot of things during this stream. And that's quite good. Because once you lose that, there's nothing left. Then it's just apathy. And setting off fireworks. And celebration and drinking and eating hot dogs. And those things are great, but not in light of an apathy to what matters. Feel all the things. Yeah, it's what I'd like to do in my life. It's something I've thought about. Just feel as much as I can, and to express as many of those feelings as I can. I don't know if I'll ever write like Frederick Douglass wrote, but I'd like to make great art. That, but I don't know. Great art continually proves to not make meaningful change. That's a tragedy. I'll still make it. That's all I do. Piano's not even on. Great art, you know. Gotta try. Poetic voice is beautiful. Thank you. I'm trying to have it be more beautiful. But thank you. I try. I know my poetic reading voice is good. We'll get there. I have this great poem that I'm working on about security cameras. It's like a slam poem. It's really, really one of the more promising things I've ever written. Lots of security cameras in Las Vegas. They keep putting them up everywhere. These towers. Everywhere. Surveillance. Frederick Douglass wouldn't have imagined that. I told you early on, you remind me a lot of me. I hope that is a compliment. I think that's a compliment because that is a compliment because your poetry is fucking sick. So, you know. And I don't know the rest of who you are, but you seem kind, so that's a good thing. Anyway, that's all for stream. I've done like 5-hour streams, 5.5-hour streams, but man, this is like one of the most tiring streams I've ever done. Except the ones way back when I was falling asleep on stream because I was so burnt out. Change is slow and frustrating, but people who work for it are amazing. They mean so much. Don't despair. Yeah, I do my best to not despair, and will continue. It's emotionally exhausting for sure. Yeah, and vocally exhausting. Howl, plus a hour and change speech, plus a bunch of other scattered poems. Man, I really want like I said, a corset on this top. It's so rectangular, and if it like snatched my little non-binary waist, fucking hell. Need one of those. Anyway, that's how stream's gonna end. Thanks for reading. I will have to go back and watch the VOD. It's a good one. It's a good one to listen to. And it's mostly just me reading things, so it's not like there's very little any like analysis. So it's just like good art being read through me. Well, with all of the things we've discussed today, I think I can end my stream by saying Happy 4th of July. Keep making art that you love. And don't let it grow complacent or complicit. And keep finding beauty wherever you can. There's beauty even in the despair. Thank you for watching.